Good morning, everyone. Can I ask everyone to have a seat? Okay, we're good to go. Welcome, everybody. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 2 to 7 in today's agenda. For the items listed above, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Municipal Board if Council does not adopt an amendment within 120 days of receipt of the application for zoning and 180 days for an official plan amendment. And as some of you no doubt have discovered, there's a comment sheet at the door. If anyone wishes to speak and they haven't registered yet, please go and see the lovely Miss Terrio over there underneath the TV set. Any declarations of interest? Confirmation of the minutes of 9th of February 2016. Very well written, by the way, Ms. Dufresne. Yeah. Carried. Thank you. Communications, response to inquiries on the PLC 0116 Area 2 official plan amendment. Other communications, including a submission containing 81 signatures against the proposed traffic plan for the new Potter's Key subdivision being built directly between the communities of Echo Woods and Jackson Trails in Stittsville. So we'll go right into the agenda now. Presentations. We have...
Sorry to interrupt, Madam Chair. Just another comment on this, that there's another petition that should have been added into this, which is from the Jackson Trail Community Association.
It's under the minutes.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we have the National Capital Commission. We have a presentation, the plan for Canada's capital. You might as well come forward, Steve. But I'm going to go through the consent agenda first, so get yourself set up. Number 2 is the draft plan of subdivision application for 6111 and 6141 Hazeldean Road. And number 3, which we'll be looking at reviewing the two of them together, which is the zoning bylaw amendment for the same address, part of 6111 and 6141 Hazeldean Road, and we're holding that for a presentation and for speakers. Number 4 is the zoning bylaw amendment, part of 2168 10th Line Road in Cumberland. Hang on a second. We do have Dominic Idoni is here from Minto to speak, and we have a question. We'll just hold it. Number 5. So Dominic, where are you? So your stay here just got a lot longer. Okay, don't go anywhere. News at 6. Number 5, official plan amendment, part of 8600 Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard North. Any questions on this one? Mr. Tremblay, if committee's prepared to carry this item, do you still need to speak? Good. Is that carried? Thank you. Number 6 is the zoning bylaw amendment, 3180, 3196 Albion Road South. And we have Mr. Price. Oh, he was here, and I said that we were going to move deferral. So that is he was here in support of the applicant. Councillor Deans has asked that we defer this until the March 8th meeting, and Councillor Vice Chair Tierney has a motion of deferral.
Yes, I think you've illustrated it correctly, Madam Chair, that Councillor Deans is out of the country right now, so therefore be resolved that this item be deferred to the March 8, 2016 Planning Committee meeting.
Is that carried? The deferral is carried? Carried. Thank you. Number 7 is 37 Lattiser and 53 Merton Street in Kitchissippi. And we have speakers registered Gabe Prost and Christopher Simmons. They're the architects. And where are you, folks? Okay. Does anyone have any questions? So, are you Gabe Prost or Christopher Simmons? So, if the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you still need to speak? Okay, thank you. So, is it carried? Carried. Thank you. Thanks for coming out today. And the last item before us today is the demolition. It's coming from Built Heritage Subcommittee. It's a demolition of 171 Briere Street, a property designated under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act and located in the Lowertown West District Heritage Conservation District, and replacement with a parkette. We do have speakers. I've seen one of them, so we will hold that item. Okay. So as I mentioned, before us, we have Mr. Stephen Willis. He's the Executive Director of Capital Planning for the National Capital Commission, and he has asked, and we are very pleased to welcome him and his team here today to receive a presentation on the plan for Canada's capital. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair Harder. You know, on a daily basis, the staff at the National Capital Commission work with city staff on immediate issues. It's a continuous discussion, but it's a real privilege to be invited by Chair Harder to present to this committee today about some of our long-term thinking and take this moment in time to start getting some additional city input into the process before we finalize the plan for Canada's capital. On my left is Lucie Bideau, who is the chief of our long-range planning and transportation group, and to my right is Madeleine Demers, who's one of our principal regional planners who've both been working with me to bring the plan for Canada's capital to this point in time. The purpose of our presentation today is just to give you an overview of the draft of the plan for Canada's capital 2017 to 2067 and to seek your feedback on some of the key directions in the plan, including some of the suggestions for your suggestions for the 17 milestone projects, which I'll explain later in the presentation what we mean by that. Plan for Canada's capital, I often get the first question is, what is it? It's a 50-year plan that provides the scope for the use of federal lands in the capital. It only applies to federal lands. It does not apply to municipal or private lands in the capital. It guides the NCC on actions on its own lands, but it also guides all other federal agencies in the National Capital Region. One of the things we're trying to do with this new version of the plan is to calibrate the plan with the local plans of the municipal governments on both sides of the river to ensure that what we're doing is consistent with your approach on regional growth management. We use this plan as a framework for the approvals process under the National Capital Act. When we give federal land use, design, or transaction approvals, this plan is a reference document that we use to do that, much like your official plan guides your decision-making at this committee. And for us, it also guides our capital budgeting planning for our expenditures, as it does to a number of other federal agencies as well. Our planning hierarchy, we've been in the process of actually condensing it and making it a little simpler. So our plan for Canada's capital is the highest level of our planning hierarchy. So the best analogy to what you have is this would be very similar to the provincial policy statement that you have to work with underneath your official plan. So it's a principles-based document that sets key policy directions. Beneath that, we now have what we call the Capital Master Plan, which is what we're going to be gradually building and pulling all of our different sector and area plans and master plans together into one document called the Master Plan. And that includes our Urban Lands Master Plan that was adopted last year, a Core Area Plan, which is over a decade old now, the Greenbelt Plan, which is reasonably recently refreshed, and the Gatineau Park Plan, which is up for renewal in the next year. We'll be starting the process of that. And we also contemplate future master plans for federal lands, including one that we're working on now on shorelines and waterways. Beneath that, we would have a series of implementation documents such as guidelines. We are starting to adopt urban design guidelines to make our process a little clearer. We might have demonstration plans for certain areas, such as our work on the Sir John A. Macdonald Linear Park is an example of a demonstration plan that would fit under that. And then we have a number of other delivery mechanisms, such as action plans and strategies, or commissioning plans, which we use in some instances as well. So capital planning has been in process for over 115 years, and we started working together, the former City of Ottawa and what was then the Ottawa Improvement Commission, later the Federal District Commission, which became the National Capital Commission, and there have been a series of plans done at the federal level that represent different eras of thinking. The first plan, led by landscape architect Frederick Todd, who was a student of Frederick Law Olmsted's Jr.'s, and did a lot of work as well in a number of other Canadian cities, really was visionary in setting aside the land on either side of the Rideau Canal for public promenades, driveways, and parkland, which in its day was a very dramatic idea, given that there were railway lands on much of the embankments of the canal at that point in time. And that plan set a very, very strong framework to the way this city is actually organized today. The second major federal plan, which was in 1915, just over 100 years old, and I have a copy of it here today, and if the chair will allow me to play show and tell, I'll actually ask Lucy to hand it to councillors so you can have a look at it. This plan was probably the first comprehensive plan for Ottawa. It predates the city's official plans, and it actually looked at all sectors. It looked at land use, it looked at transportation, employment, housing. It was actually quite an interesting plan. And that plan had a number of very visionary moves as well. I mean, it identified the creation of what we now call the judicial precinct, because Parliament Hill existed, but that predates the Supreme Court. So it started to envisage a federal office district along west of Parliament Hill. In Wellington Street, it showed its symbolism. It was the first plan to suggest Gatineau Park should be set aside, the lands in the Gatineau Hill should be set aside for a major park. And ironically enough, it made a fairly strong case for a downtown rail tunnel that we should build someday. 100 years later, we're doing it. Although they suggested Laurier Avenue, that was it at the time. So it was the pre-World War I version of the federal plan. And then we go through the periods of the interwar years. A lot of it was implemented, but the next major change in thinking was Greber's plan in 1950. And I have that one as well. And the Greber's plan was significant in that it started to look at the region as a bigger unit. It looked more closely at the interactions on both sides of the river. It reorganized the transportation corridors to pull things into a more condensed format so that we didn't have rail lines bisecting as many communities. It suggested the creation of the Greenbelt and the riverfront parkways that we have today and riverfront parks. It was actually quite important. That plan, it's interesting, a lot of people are reflecting on it, and there's some recent very good books about this. It was a symbol of its time and its thinking. That was in the era post-war when the car was the latest and greatest thing. And so a lot of it is a very car-oriented approach to urban planning. And so now we shift in time. We get to the 1990s, and our last plan, this is our plan that's currently in effect, 1999, is the Plan for Canada's Capital. And in its time, it was starting to try to understand what sustainability meant in an urban context before a lot of other people were even using that term. And it also looked at the role of major events and celebration spaces around the capital in a fairly significant way, and led to the planning of some new spaces and how they're used today. But that plan is now 17 years old, and it's time for an update. Since 1999, very significant changes have happened, and the most significant of which are the major municipal amalgamations on both sides of the river, the creation of this version of the City of Ottawa and the new Ville de Gatineau. Not so new now, but since 1999, the whole planning context and planning mandate has changed with that and the way we would even approach doing planning. There are also stronger policy frameworks at the provincial and municipal level. So, in Ontario, the Planning Act is a very different Planning Act than it was then. The provincial policy statement has changed. Your official plan, which came after amalgamation, is a very different official plan, and you've even updated it once since then as well. So, these are new contexts, and the planning on the Quebec side has also changed very much the same way. So, a very different format for planning at the provincial and local level. And then the other point that is very significant in terms of transforming this region is the deployment of new rapid transit networks in both Ottawa and Gatineau. The Trillium Line, the Confederation Line, and the Rapid Bus system are all going to be very major influencers on the way urban form is going to happen in the city in the future. So during the Plan for Canada's Capital process, and we started it several years ago, and the process was going along well, but then we had a major mandate change in 2013 where a portion of the NCC's mandate was taken out and redeployed to the Department of Canadian Heritage. So the Plan for Canada's Capital needed to do a bit of a reset at that point in time, and so we got back to a more land-use focused, land management focused plan from where we were going in terms of programming an event-oriented version of it. But we decided, through the process of consultation, we had many touch points with the communities across Canada. We had, there was a fairly substantial spread in Canadian Geographic magazine that made its way across Canada into schoolrooms across the country. We had online consultations. We had in-person workshops in the National Capital Region and around the country. We had a series of focus groups with Indigenous communities, with business communities, with youth. There were a whole series of different focus groups. So it had a fairly substantial consultation. But given the number of changes that have happened sort of in the intervening time period, we have decided we needed to do one final bit of consultation before we finalize the plan, which is where we're at now. So the vision for the new plan is that Canada's capital is a symbol of our country's history and diversity, a true reflection of our democratic values and our commitment to a vibrant and sustainable future. And I hope you'll see a lot of similarity in what we're setting for the capital in what you're saying and what the other local governments are saying, even though we're trying to put a national layer on this as well. We're trying to have these exist side by side and work consistently with each other, the visions both at a national and local level. And we've identified three major themes to organize our policy under that vision, and we'll go through each of those very quickly. The first theme, which I don't think should be surprising, which is traditionally core to our mandate, is understanding the meaningful components of being a capital. What is the capital layer that goes above and beyond being a mid-sized city? So those are the parliamentary and Supreme Court institutions, the other federal cultural institutions, official residences, diplomatic missions, commemorations, and things like Confederation Boulevard. So underneath that cluster of policy, you will see all of the elements that deal with the meaningful components of capital symbolism. The second major theme is picturesque and natural, and I think the National Capital Commission is probably best known for the work we do in the natural setting. And Todd's plan first used the word picturesque, and I decided to resurrect the use of that word and make it part of the new plan because I think it's such a great word to describe those really beautiful components of the setting we live in. And I tell this story often. I was once chided in a public meeting by a community person who said, planners are afraid of using the word beautiful. And this city is magnificent because of the natural setting it exists in. The Gatineau Hills, the Ottawa River, looking at the city in different seasons of the year, it is a very beautiful city and it contributes to our quality of life. And those picturesque and natural elements, if you just go onto Instagram and look at the pictures that people post on the city who travel here, those are always among the top elements that show up about this city. So protecting those into another generation and making sure we respect them and let them sustain themselves is really important. So it's another major policy direction for the plan. The third area is new for us. We're trying to figure out a third pillar to this plan, and we debated internally the words we would use to describe it. So what we came to was thriving and connected, and we were very deliberate on the choice of that. When you think about thriving, you think about something that's thriving. It's healthy, it's sustaining itself, it's in good condition, and it's in thriving. We mean it on a cultural level, on an economic level, on a social level. We mean it on all kinds of different levels. And connected in this world is really important because we need to be be internally connected as a series of communities within the National Capital Region, and we need to be connected to the outside world, because to be competitive as a city region in this day and age, we need to be connected on a whole bunch of different levels. So this is where we're really seeking more input. We're almost there, and we've met with some stakeholders in the business community, in the social and social entrepreneurship and benefactor communities. We tried to meet with other people and said, how can we leverage the federal assets and federal land base to make this region more economically, socially, and culturally thriving and connected, in addition to the pillar of natural elements that we described earlier. So this is an area where we specifically would like additional advice from you and the community. So there are a couple of matters in municipal interest that really relate to this new draft of the plan. We've identified a couple of things we think are most important to our relationship with the City of Ottawa and the other municipalities. First is that federal land use planning must support local growth management by encouraging mixed-use redevelopment of federal employment nodes near LRT or BRT services on both sides of the river. You know, what was in the Graybar plan about building towers in the middle of parking lots in discrete federal campuses away from everything else, that is not the planning we would do in 2016. In 2016, federal employment, where it's low security and doesn't need big campuses for security reasons, should be located as close as possible to rapid transit service. Secondly, we wanted to add clarity to improve our day-to-day dealings with each other on a framework for allowing municipal use of federal lands where there are no reasonable alternatives to use in municipal land bases, and where it doesn't impede our mandate, and where it meets all environmental regulations as well. And this is a bit of a clear roadmap of how to make decisions. And we've used this roadmap on a number of decisions recently, including the decision to allow buses on Queen Elizabeth Driveway to support Lansdowne Park, and the temporary solution for buses on the Parkway during the reconstruction of the construction of the Confederation line. So this is a new test. We're just formulating it. We've used it informally, but we're now trying to codify it just so we're clear about how things work. One of the things that is core to our planning is what's identified as a national interest landmass, and Treasury Board approves this list of land parcels that are in the national interest and to be kept in the federal government interest in the long run. But lands that don't fall on that list that we own now fall into two categories. We've created a new group called the regional interest landmass. You know, these are lands that are important, but we couldn't look someone from Corner Brook, Newfoundland in the eye and say it's nationally important. But they may be important from a regional, ecological perspective. They may be lands that we're holding on to that may be important for future transit deployment in the region, or they may have some other public interest. And in the long run, the National Capital Commission may not be the stewards of those lands, but they may move to another public entity as long as they're maintained in a public trust. But the idea is that those lands, while we own them and they may have a public interest, we'll continue to hold them until another suitable caretaker is found for them. And then finally, there will be lands that meet neither of those tests, and those over time we will gradually divest of those as the municipal governments do as well when lands are no longer part of mandate lands. So this comes to our latest effort at consultation, and we're quite excited about the public response. We went to the public and we asked, can you help us identify 17 major physical milestone projects that we can do between now and starting in 2017 before our bicentennial in 2067? I mean, I'm old enough to remember the U.S. bicentennial in 1976, and you just imagine the amount of effort that they put into getting their cities and capital and major cities ready for that. I mean, we need to think ahead and do that too. And, maybe it's beyond our immediate needs, but we really need to leave that legacy, as was left for us by the Todd Plan, by the Holt-Bennett Plan, by the Graybar Plan. This is our chance to do the same. So we're looking at physical improvements to the quality of the capital, things that are really capital building in their nature. Inherently, a lot of those will be things we do in partnership with you, the City of Ottawa, with Ville-des-Gatineaux and other municipalities in the region. We know that because of the scope of them, they'll be spread between short, medium, and long term. And because we have given it a long enough time, they're going to go over multiple government cycles, different fiscal cycles, different economic cycles. So if they're important enough to do, we can identify it, but we're giving flexibility about how it actually happens. And we hope the City of Ottawa will give us some of your ideas about what those should be. And we've had over 800 people fill in online forms in our online consultation from across Canada for this, and over 1,000 additional social media interactions on this. So the dialogue is generating some very interesting ideas. And already, although we had a draft of the plan written, I have it in front of me, we're going back and we're embedding some of those ideas in the plan. And probably more than 17 will make their way through, but the idea about 17 was just to get people's imagination focused on the idea of what should we put as markers for the future on the plan. So that's the end of my presentation, and I really, again, appreciate the opportunity and thank Chair Hart, our members of the committee, for giving us the time, and welcome any questions or feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Steve, this question probably won't come as a surprise to you at all. The Innis-Hun Club-Walkley connection, the current alignment that the NCC would allow, in my view, and I think in most of my colleagues' view in the East End, and I think city planners' views, provides almost no benefit to either vehicles or transit whatsoever, and therefore is not part of our transportation plan for quite some time. So I'm wondering, what process would you recommend that we go through as a city to look at the alternative in which you and I have discussed, a more direct route between Orleans and the South End to facilitate both vehicle traffic but also for transit? Because now if you live in Orleans and you want to get to the airport or work in the South in the city, there's really no transit connection that is very fast. And so I guess I'd look for your guidance on what you think we should do.
Thank you, Councillor. As it relates to all major infrastructure, this is just one example. As the city grows in time, the city of Ottawa, in this case, is responsible for the network as a whole of transportation, public transit, water and sewer, and other infrastructure elements. And really the tests that we're trying to, as I said, codify in this is, what's the rule book about how we'll consider them? We're open-minded if you come to us and show on a network level you need to make an improvement, and this is why. If you need to use federal lands, you have to show us that you've looked at the alternatives and you have no other alternative. We have a jointly developed mechanism that we created with the City of Ottawa called the Cumulative Effects Study, which is all about looking about how all of these things actually add up together. And you have to go back and use the mechanism in that to bring and rationalize the project together. And then ultimately, since we're both bound by both federal and provincial environmental legislation, we need to prove that it doesn't have adverse effects on major ecosystem elements, and it doesn't cause undue fragmentation, and on an operational level, it doesn't, fragment pathways and other sorts of things that we're trying to do. So there's a set of tests that have to be met, and if the city brings projects like this or others forward, that's how we'll look at them. So
I appreciate that very much. From a real planning, a real next steps perspective, it would be an environmental assessment, but you can appreciate there's a hesitation in spending X millions of dollars on such a process if, at the end of the day, the answer from the NCC is going to be no for a particular reason, no matter what that is, that isn't necessarily related to the outcomes of the environmental assessment. So I'm wondering what kind of assurances you might be able to provide that if we go through such an exercise, and that exercise does demonstrate that that is the best alternative, that it won't be unfairly rejected because of some other rationale.
I can't obviously make a commitment today that because those decisions are made by our board of directors, but for us to bring forward an idea, I think if in this or any other project you were to advance this thinking, show what the idea is, show in broad brushstrokes how you meet these tests without necessarily embarking on the full-blown process, you could at least get a signal check from our board that you've met the major intent of the policies, and then when we get to further detail and do those more detailed work, we can assess the proposals further. I think there has to be some homework done before you could come to our board of directors on any of these ideas, and it does need to, as I said, address the tests, but perhaps it's not. You could get an early indication based on some homework.
Well, this idea has been around for 40 years, and I know a board member of yours is particularly interested in advancing this, so I think that will be coming. Thank you, Mr. Ross.
But we have seen in the last very short while a significant change in our relationship. I would say it was significant. I certainly feel it is, and I know that Mr. Willis, you've played a big role in that, and Councillor Brockington has some questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for facilitating the NCC staff today and putting this on our agenda. I appreciate it, and thank you for your presentation. As you're probably aware, River Ward has a significant amount of NCC land, certainly hugs along the shorelines of the river. And of concern to my residents are sort of the long-term plans for that land. And you had mentioned in your presentation lands identified as within the national interest, within the regional interest, or other, probably lands medium to long-term that you'll, as you said, divest yourself. Do you have a map after today you could lead me to that fully illustrates your land holdings in the city? And have you already identified all land holdings which are either in the national interest, regional interest, or at some point not in your interest to hold anymore? Does that already exist?
So I can get you, we will certainly get any council member who would like a map of NCC lands in their wards. We can make that available. Just contact us and we'll make sure you get that. There is a map that has been Treasury Board approved called National Interest Landmass, and we can get you that as it applies to your area. That is rather out of date in that there are some lands that are not in it that should be in it. It's not so much the other way around that there are things that are in it that are not. We think if we were to do it, we do have plans to actually in the next 2 years propose to Treasury Board an update to it. For example, there are some riverfront lands in the city that are not on that map. That should be. The disposal process is and the declaration of surplus lands is moving slowly. We were under a moratorium to not dispose of any lands. We're now under an alternative mechanism where, as we update master plans for an area, like we just did for the urban lands, we identify capital interest lands, and then we go through a process of figuring out what's not, and we have to go through we have a duty to consult Indigenous peoples before we do propose to dispose of anything, and then we go through a process of offering for public, other public agencies who want it. So it's a slow process, and we will have more information on it, but we're in the very early stages of that right now.
I appreciate that. I just need to underline with you the very real fear in my community is we don't know what the long-term plan is with the NCC. You have so much significant land in River Ward, rumors for many years about what the long-term plans are and your own fiscal challenges, and different governments have different ideas as well, as to see what has already been identified as national or regional and then continue to work with you as we go forward. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Then Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of questions for you. Thank you, first of all, for this overview. Looking forward to providing more input further down the road once I've had a chance to chat with the community and get some of their priorities. One of the things that you spoke about was the Graber plan and its focus on the car. The issues that you and I have been working through for the past year or so have largely focused on roads in the ward, whether that is the Parkway, and we saw the response in the wake of the 100-day solution, folks wondering why is it being rebuilt as a 4-lane car-focused road. We've been having some interesting chats about Island Park Drive and the future of that within the municipal network. How do you see, in the course of the next 50 years, there's going to be major technological changes with respect to how people get around in cities. What do you see the role of the car being 50 years from now, and how are you planning for that? Are we looking at truly a post-car, post-Graber planning process, or does the car, as some of our residents believe, still have primacy in your planning over the course of the next several decades?
I wish I had as good a crystal ball as Graber thought he had when he did that plan. I think what we know for sure is that the City of Ottawa has been one of the most successful municipalities in Canada about rebalancing priority to pedestrians and cyclists in addition to the car. And that is absolutely something we can do right now. We can do a lot better job. I mean, and a really good example where, our parkway policy is being updated, and in its new policy, we will contemplate better pedestrian facilities in the parkway corridors, better opportunities for crossings, better calibration of those different modes of travel, how to address safe cycling conditions. That is part of the strategy. So it is about doing this, and we want more park in our parkways and not just auto corridors. I don't think we on our own at the National Capital Commission can decide to reduce traffic capacity through a very major portion of the city without collaboration with the City of Ottawa and looking at this on a network level on what this means. And so, if the opportunity presents itself through the deployment of additional rapid transit, if these things, we're open to that, but we're going to need to work with you to figure out how that happens. And I can't today tell you exactly how that will work, but every chance we get, we should be looking at this together.
And I'm glad to hear that, there is that thinking around the car. I'm not sure whose role it is to demonstrate the leadership. Does the NCC lead as we try to create a more sustainable city, or does the city lead as we try to create a more sustainable city?
If I haven't said the word partnership enough times in this presentation, I'll say it again. This is a complicated, interwoven urban system, and neither of us can work without the other, so we need to partner to do this. So I think that's how I feel about the question you just asked.
Okay. And then, Steve, second question. You mentioned, and Councillor Brockington alluded to it, regional interest lands, national interest lands, and then the rest that would eventually be looked at for divestment. What would your priorities be in divestment? Is it be looked upon solely as revenue generation? Are there other considerations that would come into play in terms of how you divest?
So I'll start with the proceeds of sale, because we're actually under extremely strict limitations of what we could do. If we sold land, the only thing we could do with the funds is buy additional land. So if we were to sell land, we would put it into the pool of funds that we're using to buy up lands in Gatineau Park or other areas where we buy lands. We cannot use it for operations and would not. The process, we don't have a great inventory of great land for sale. I'll tell you, the National Capital Commission inherited a lot of odd pieces of land, and a lot of it were former fragments of the rail system that it once existed. But we do have some lands that are illogical for us to hold. Industrial lands, for example. We have some industrial lands we should not own, and ultimately those will make their way to the market once we've gone through the process. But other fragments, I think we'll have to look at with you. We'll have to give the city the chance to see whether or not they should become part of the municipal asset base, and others. We've got lands that you're leasing from us that perhaps ultimately in time they're not national interests, and maybe you should actually just own them. There are things like that, but it's not going to happen quickly, and we only have the capacity to do two or three things a year on this because of everything else we're doing. And right now we're doing over 100 some land transactions with you on the Confederation line, so we're rather preoccupied right now.
Thank you very much, Steve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Wilkinson, followed by Councillor Nussbaum, Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've talked about this a bit before. I'm really interested in what you're doing. I think your focus that you're putting on this is very good because it takes away from some of the things I think should have been detrimental in implementing the Griever plan, which is now not just out of date, but so far focused that it's actually hurt a lot of things and cost us a lot of money. And the picturesque and natural elements, I've mentioned before, one of the problems that I've seen is that in the Ontario side you have never saved any important environmental lands outside the Greenbelt. And the Gatineau Hills are one half of a system. I'm a geographer by training, so the South March Highlands and Carp Hills are the other side, and the downfall that blocks between them, the Graben, is where the Ottawa River flows and a lot of the agricultural land is. We've done one half of that equation. I see parts of what the Ottawa staff have say is the most environmentally sensitive and best land in all of the city of Ottawa destroyed because there's no way to save it. And I know it takes time, but I think I would like to see in this plan that you actually look at the things that the community helped to save the Mer Bleu, which is a really important thing in this region. We need to do the same for other areas that are equally sensitive. And I think that when you say picturesque and natural elements, that would fit into that category. I'd just like to know what your feelings are on that, and then I have a secondary question.
Because you have had this conversation before with me. We actually have I have the Councillor Wilkinson clause of the draft plan, which says that we need to be at the table as the NCC with other public authorities, such as the Conservation Authority, the city, and other perhaps even like land trust type agencies to look at this. And you know, in the 1950s, the strategy for protecting green space was go and expropriate it, and we don't do that now. That's not what we do. We do buy some lands where they're designated national interest landmass, where there is a willing seller and where the willing buyer, and we can get it at a defendable rate. We do buy lands in the National Capital Region. But for lands that are not currently in the national interest landmass, we have no mandate at this stage, but we want to be a partner with the other public agencies to identify them, see what we can do with these ecological corridors and connections, other habitats that are outside. We'll work with you to find a way, but we don't have the mandate and funding right now, but we can still be a partner in our knowledge and the science that we have about protecting what we do have. As I said, we have merit blue, which is very significant, so we have some ability, and we'll work with you.
Yeah, and the communities are working on those same things and have saved some land, and the city has saved some land, but there's a lot more there. The second one has to do with the green belt, which we've also discussed. I've done a lot of studies on new towns over the years, and Canada is a new town that fits into that category. And one of the things that is the important things are the connections to other communities. Now that we have one massive city, the connections are very difficult. And the Greenbelt is, as you know, the #1 cause of urban sprawl in Ottawa, because you have to jump it to have more development. And I think 80 or 90% of all the new growth is happening outside the Greenbelt in Ottawa. So if that's happening. In every other city in the world, they've moved from Greenbelts to green fingers. To do that all at once would cause chaos in the housing market, I believe. But there may be some opportunities to do, as you're looking at your lands, which are maybe a little less important through the Greenbelt, of doing some swaps with developers, so they develop a panel coming out which has the servicing. Instead of having to pay a bus for 5 kilometers with no income, you could pick up people on the way, and this water systems could be used, et cetera, instead of extending them further out. And I don't know, I'd like you to look at that in your plan. I know it will take time, but I think there would be opportunities to do that. I know I've already taken an opportunity to do that to the NCC, but you weren't able to do it at the time. But I think that would be one way of doing that, and certainly would save a lot of money to the city, because the cost of running water lines, sewer lines, roads, et cetera, through the Greenbelt and maintaining them is very high. Are you looking into that?
Our Greenbelt review was just recently done, so I think it will be a while before we get around to do that. And it actually is very dependent on the national interest landmass review. All of the Greenbelt currently is designated national interest landmass. So under our current mandate, we would not be able to dispose of that because of that. And we also know from our own plans that a lot of it is environmentally sensitive, or it's significant from an agricultural perspective, or it's a key linkage as like. But, you know, you're asking, we're talking about a 50-year plan. We're talking about mechanisms for what you would do in the future. I'll take your comment back. I just right at this on the spot, we have to think about that.
I could give you a couple of examples where it probably wouldn't hurt your environmental parks and things like that, and you would get other lands and say, I know it would require the government to approve that, and that's fine. I think they'd be willing to. But I think we do have to move to that next step, because urbanization is much different now than it was when the Graber plan was done, and we have to be moving forward on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Nussbaum?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. One of the things that you mentioned was the wonderful waterways we have in our city, and I don't know if this falls under your connected and thriving category, but I think it was back in 2014 you issued an RFP for ideas on how maybe to animate those waterways, make them more livable, give people opportunities to sit along the water somewhere. I'm just wondering how that process has gone. I don't know if 8 Locks Flats came out of that RFP, but are there more plans to give opportunities for all residents to enjoy the waterfront in a way that's balanced, of course, with the green space?
It's an excellent question, Councillor. I mean, it's actually, of the public comments that have come in, of the 1,800 I talked about, that's probably the #1 issue. One of the things that the pilot projects we did prove to us is that the most successful efforts were where we had water, sewer, electricity, washrooms available for things to happen. And we're actually going through an internal process right now to come up with a strategic level plan to identify places where we can invest in to have that infrastructure in place to make those active animation work better. We're also doing 2 waterfront plans right now, the Rivière-Nord plan for Central Gatineau and the Sir John A. Macdonald Linear Park, and we're looking at the mix of both active and passive animation opportunities, and things like benches and places. Some of the things you gave examples of are easy, quick win things we'll be able to do, but some things we're going to need to invest in infrastructure, and that's where we're trying to pinpoint right now along the waterways.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. It's also been a pleasurable experience for me to work with the NCC on the what we call the Canada South Link, which starts at Councillor Caudry and my boundary, impacts the future mayor, Councillor Moffat's ward, and also Councillor Chiarelli's area. I'm hoping that partnership will continue as part of this new report, as how we're trying to figure out how to move nearly 100,000 residents that may come through the Greenbelt on a regular basis. What I found you said earlier that I just want to touch on and see if this is going to be part of the new approach, maybe we can apply it to the Canada South Link as well. And that was in response to Councillor Leeper. You mentioned about the bikes and pedestrians, trying to find a good way to accommodate them in our future plans. In the Canada South Link, one of the things we're looking at is taking the bikes off of the roadway, because it's basically a 80-kilometer-an-hour rural road, and having a separate multi-use pathway on the side, so that we could actually encourage pedestrians to enjoy the various NCC trails that are in that area, both in Councillor Chiarelli's ward and my own, and also encourage more cycling. So can you give me some indication that you would be very supportive of that?
I first have heard of it, but I'm interested to hear more, so by all means, let's talk.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Chair Harder. Merci beaucoup pour la présentation, M. Willis. Pouvez-vous me parler un peu de la Commission de la capitale nationale, les responsabilités nationales et les responsabilités locales, question de la gouvernance, du cheminement de la gouvernance de la Commission de la capitale nationale, et je parle spécifiquement de l'implication des maires de la ville d'Ottawa et de la ville de Gatineau.
La décision de la composition du conseil d'administration est une décision de la gouvernement. Ce n'est pas une matière que je peux parler parce qu'il y a c'est la responsabilité sous la législation de la commission pour nommer les membres du conseil d'administration. Je ne peux pas faire une réponse.
Thank you. There are, you talked about the regional landmass. There are a lot of activities. First of all, does the NCC seek to accumulate any more properties that you feel are significant in terms of the regional interest landmass or the national interest landmass in the National Capital Area?
In all of our master plans, that is a question that's asked. So in the Gatineau Park master plan, it does state quite clearly we will acquire additional lands that are vulnerable to development or have ecological or cultural significance in the case of the Gatineau Park. The Greenbelt plan does suggest some opportunities for acquisitions in the long term as well. But other than those 2 plans, if Lucy can correct me, those are the only 2 that talk about new acquisitions at this point in time.
So Greenbelt and the Gatineau Park, and specific to the Greenbelt.
Yes, and again, I'll emphasize that these are where we have a willing seller, and we have an opportunity to purchase from a willing seller.
Okay. As an example, what's the NCC's disposition in terms of some of the elements that the NCC manages, such as the old City of Ottawa Pineview Golf Club, or running dog parks. Is that stuff that the NCC will continue to focus on, that still feels are in the national interest or in the mandate of the NCC?
This goes back to the same conversation I had with, in response to Councillor Blais, that where there is a municipal need that cannot be accommodated outside of federal lands, and you can demonstrate that, and there's a need to do something and that doesn't impair our mandate, we're going to be open-minded on those types of things. But, those are essentially they're not part of our mandate. You wouldn't find that, but if we have to work in partnership with the local governments here and in the other municipalities, and we have a methodology to do that.
When will we see the why are 17 milestones, and when will we see them?
We picked 17. We just thought it was a way of capturing people's imagination, and I think we'll have more than 17 ultimately when we get done. But we want to have the plan. One of the lessons we learned from the older plans is they had big physical ideas, and that's why we wanted to bring that back. Our goal right now is to release a public draft of the full document in the spring, including the response and public feedback. We had so much more feedback than I expected we would have got. We had a lot of work to do to kind of work our way through it. We'll issue that in the spring, and our goal is that the final document will go to our board at the end of the year for adoption. So it's in place for the beginning of 2017. So we'll issue a full draft. We'll actually send a formal draft to the City of Ottawa requesting a formal city response to it at that point in time. And but if you as individual councillors or as a committee wish to provide us input before that, it's most welcome.
Merci, Mr. Willis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Chiarelli, then Councillor Kadri. Anybody else?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam
One
Chair.
more? Just like a bad penny keeps coming back.
Should I go?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. I just, in response to Councillor Wilkinson and her comments to you, she went through a number of challenges presented by the Greenbelt. And as someone who's read the Greber report, those were the goals of the plan. So they aren't accidental flaws. They were the goals. And the goals, we benefit from those goals today because the first goal of the Greber plan as it relates to urban structure is to get rid of ribbon development, to make sure that our downtown core didn't become a mess like it has in so many other cities, especially American cities, where you have a downtown that's decrepit and then you have a revitalized suburban area, and sometimes you get it ribboning out like that. So the objective was to make it very expensive to jump the Greenbelt, so that before you would jump the Greenbelt, or as you did, it would become economically feasible to spruce up the downtown core and keep it from degrading. So I think it's worked really, really well. And yeah, it presents challenges to the city, extra costs to the city, but I don't think the goal was ever to make life easier for politicians at City Council. I think the goal was to prevent the downtown core from looking like it does in so many other major cities in the world. And by doing that, or in order to do that, it made jumping the Greenbelt very expensive. So as a goal, I think it succeeded. I think because that problem isn't here for us, we sometimes forget what a challenge it would be. So I'm just asking you to balance that as you take it back and think about it, because one of the unique characteristics of this city is there really isn't a place to go in this city that is a shame or something that we would try to keep people away from.
I thank you for your comment on that. It's a very good reflection on the plan, and I want to be really clear. There will be a green belt. We're not proposing any change to the fact that there shall be a green belt. I think what Councillor Wilkinson has raised with me, and a few other councillors have raised, that there are some edges next to communities that are not entirely logical in some instances.
Yeah.
we just redid the Greenbelt plan. We're not going to look at that. But I think it's foreseeable at some point in the future that there may be some corrections so that there's no net loss necessarily, or some adjustment or some sort of swap to try to adjust some very illogical edges. But but that is not a major policy shift for us at all. I'm talking about minor corrections in certain situations, because to the point you made, it is an important part of the broader system. And it's amazing how much ecological value has built up in that space in the time since it's been created.
And then secondly, is if you look at some of the news reports and stuff from the 70s, when they talk about the Parkway and every family taking their drive on the Parkway every week, okay, that doesn't happen like it used to. But and it's important to have various, or a better modal split. But also, when you take this back, remember that even if we achieve the modal split goals we have, and most think we're going to have a great deal of difficulty doing that, still 70% of people are driving cars. So you can't turn the Parkway into a big bike lane.
Comments noted. I think that's what I was there could be much better facilities on the Parkway corridor. We do have conflicts we need to address, and that's what we're highly focused on in the short term. And as I said, without working with you on a regional, on a network level, we can't unlock some of those other questions.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kadri. Then Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just coming back to the questions on Greenbelt, and I know about the plan that you put together already. Are you planning on using Greenbelt more so for recreational items? I know you've got great trails. I know you've got some good ski hills. But is there anything beyond that? Like I'm talking to Councillor Hubley about using City Path for exercise programs or an active exercise program, and that's just on one of the items that Councillor Hubley's worked on. But in terms of the Greenbelt itself, where it lends itself to those kind of ideas, would you be considering that, or can the community come to you and to look at those kind of items?
In the context of the 50-year plan, like your official plan goes out about 20 years, and we're partway through that right now. And at the end of your official plan, if I'm correct, and I can be correct on this, but we'll have 2/3 of the population of the city inside the Greenbelt and 1/3 outside. If the trends that are in those numbers continue, we know that we'll have a continuing population on either side, neighboring both sides. And this Greenbelt, rather than being the edge of the city as it was when I was a kid, is going to be very much in the center of the city in the long run. And, you think about the Emerald Necklace in Boston and how it was created at the edge of the city, and now it's actually in the middle of the city. The fens were taken in and made as part of that. The Greenbelt's purpose will change in time, and it's a calibration of what it's used for. It will have some agriculture, it will have some natural preserves, it will have recreation, but in time it will have to have an adaptive management strategy taking into account how many people are around it. And the analogy to that is Gatineau Park, which is much further down that road. Gatineau Park is the second most visited federal park in Canada, and we're under a lot of pressure to kind of calibrate recreation and protecting the ecosystem. And I think in time the Greenbelt will be that loved, but it will be further down when people will value it even more so when it's much more central to the city. So to your point, I think our plan has to contemplate more recreation than it does today, but it's the sort of thing that will get calibrated over time.
Thank you for that, and I'm glad you mentioned the rural aspects to the NCC Greenbelt. Are you planning on increasing that usage going forward through the Greenbelt? As, people have complained about our food being further distance away and stuff. And I'm not talking giant, oversized farming. I'm just talking localized uses. Would the NCC consider that going forward through the Greenbelt lands?
It's actually quite interesting. In the last year, we put a number of small farm leases out onto the market as opposed to large ones, and the uptake was very, very high. It exceeded our expectations. We are finding that there is a very high interest in doing smaller scale farming in the Greenbelt, and that actually is a key to us that perhaps there is a strategy for sustainable farming within the Greenbelt for the long run. It's interesting that hops for local breweries and other components are going into this. If you think, it's very interesting in terms of the food ecosystem we have, what role the Greenbelt's playing. Look at people coming in from outlying areas to go apple picking in the Greenbelt because there isn't as many apple orchards anymore going on the other direction. So, this all works together, and as part of a regional sustainability strategy, this will be important. So, we do see more agricultural uses, but they're going to be different than what it was in the 80s and 90s.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tierney?
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for the presentation, and I got to tell you, my community benefits a lot from what the NCC offers. Whether it's to the east, we got the Greenbelt along the riverfront, we got the great pathways. In the next couple of years, we're actually going to connect some cycling from Montreal Road right down to the Parkway, which I'm very excited about, creating those connections. But we also have the Blair boat ramp, which my community uses quite a bit for kayaking and different things. I see recreation, kind of like Councillor Caudry says, is a big part of something the NCC could be, a big component, work as a partner with the city. Do you see any future in that? I know if we want to go, and you've mentioned already, if we have a plan, we can come to you guys and say we have some thoughts, but we don't always have money either. So is the NCC open to any ideas around funding or being part of any kind of recreational program, especially it's a bit of a gem, the Blair boat ramp, actually. Is there any thoughts around that, or is it just simply land management?
So to go to the point about the boat ramps, I mean, one of the things that's in this plan is we're trying to promote a new, more vibrant river culture in the city, and we actually, as part of our Sir John A. Macdonald Linear Park and our video and our plan, we're looking for new places for people to put water like kayaks and canoes and those sorts of things into the river. We'd like to see that happening on all of our waterways wherever it doesn't conflict with an environmentally protected area. As it comes to programming, though, we can provide the infrastructure, but it isn't in our mandate to provide the programming. But if we can work in partnership with you, there's things we can do. Bear in mind, our resources there's a lot of demand on our resources. We have 236 kilometers of recreational pathways that need to be maintained. We have 90 kilometers of parkways. We have 6 official residences, hundreds of rental properties, many of which are heritage buildings. So our pennies are being stretched everywhere we can, but the plan will contemplate us being supportive of these types of activities, but it will be a land-focused approach.
Great, thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Fleury?
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Simplement pour souligner ce que certains des collègues ont mentionné au niveau de la collaboration, c'est... moi, j'ai personnellement toujours eu une belle collaboration avec la Commission de la capitale nationale. Puis, M. Willis, 2067, ça semble loin, mais d'ici là, il y a beaucoup de progrès qui peut avoir lieu. I know that some of the key components are actually missing links. We often talked about the missing links behind the National Art Gallery, the Mint, the Tourism Center. I'd like to hear from you. You were talking about how challenging it is financially to get those projects going, but how do you see such an important connection, an existing missing connection happen? Because I guess they reflect all the missing links in different neighborhoods that are existing. Maybe this one, because of the proximity to national assets and the federal precinct, do have value, but I'd love to hear in terms of what is your process for additional funding on special projects like that?
So first of all, I think for a project to get status, we should put it in a plan. So it actually is seen to be just not a latest idea, that it's a long-term idea. And, one of the things that we've absolutely turned ourselves around to look towards the water and look at the context of the water side of the city edge and do more on that. And the Rideau to Rideau link, the Rideau Canal to Rideau River link, is one of the major missing links. And as a matter of fact, we are in the process of amending our core area sector plan to embed it in that plan this year. So it'll be embedded as a project. Now, once a project like the city is actually in a plan, whether it's in a master plan and a land use plan, then getting money for it is the next step. And, we'll build some of these elements into our 5-year capital planning, but at some point in time, we may need to work with partnerships to go bring a bunch of groups together to get the money together, or go seek some sort of special appropriation to support it as well, if it can't be supported in our regular mandate planning. But it has to start with it being in a plan, and in the one that you're raising, we're going to get it in there this year.
Great. Well, thank you for that. I think that the other element that cannot be underestimated is the collaboration that we have on the existing lines. I'm thinking of specifically Riverain Park or Kingsview Park, where we are using that as city parks. It is on NCC land and pathways, so that is crucial for us, especially downtown, for green spaces. But the other element that's more complex is locations like Sandiel Arena, for example, where Sandiel Arena is a city asset on the NCC land. We have a long-term agreement. We're investing significant amounts of money on that property, and I'm sure there's others in other wards as well where the city's investing in those properties. I think at some point we would need to address specifically those anomalies where we've invested significantly in a built form for recreation, and I think that the community that uses those spaces also doesn't see that it's not city land. So, I'm not expecting an answer today, but I do see that there are anomalies in the area that beyond the land transfer, the industrial issues, that we should, in the short term, either firm up a longer term agreement so that these investments happen, or that we transfer them to the city, as I'm not sure that they have national significance.
So as I indicated, we admit that there are anomalies in some of the holdings, and where lands are not national interest, it's going to be very easy to work these out with the city in the short term, and we're actually working with city staff to try to address some of those issues. Where they're national interest, we'll have to find a different form of arrangement that retains the land in federal interest in the long term, but we can then deal with it on a lease or other sort of arrangement issues as well.
Perfect. And I'll finish on this. I think that with the help of your collaboration and your team members, we've been able to advance the Mackenzie Avenue situation with the embassy and the cycling lane. So demonstration of the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that back at the beginning when I was saying that how refreshing it is to have the different relationship that we have with the NCC, really since Dr. Christensen became the lead, and subsequently you're joining it, and I know that many of us feel that way. But I also say something else has changed is we have a lot of brand new MPs in the city, and what's I find interesting is that each of those new people are talking to us who are elected Ottawa leaders about what do you think about the NCC and what ideas do you have. So they're excited about playing, I think, a more active role than we saw in the past. I also wanted to say that about, I think it was 6 or 7 years ago, the Ottawa Public Library had a fundraiser gala at the National Art Gallery, and the architect of that building, Moishe Safdie, was there and gave a brilliant speech. And then he had asked questions, offered to answer questions, and somebody said, what do you think is the single most missed opportunity in the city of Ottawa? And he said, your waterways. You don't take advantage of your waterways. And so here we are, really in the space of time of how things evolve here, a short while after. Actively talking about just that today. I saw a presentation on from Waterfire Canada, where they have the floating water fires on the canal, and I know that they made a presentation a few years ago. So I'm looking for, when you mention animation, is that the kind of thing that you're thinking about engaging people with new and exciting opportunities to go along both sides of the canal and have this almost like a Viking experience, I would say, which would be obviously very, popular right now with all of the shows and that are coming out. Are you looking at that kind of a really outside the box opportunity? Because I think it would be phenomenal.
So the canal is interesting because the NCC owns lands on either side of the canal, but the canal itself, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is managed by Parks Canada Agency, and they are looking at different ways to animate the canal, and where they need our land to help provide infrastructure support or access, we are working with them on those things. And I think we want more water culture generally. Right. We would like to have more people out on, on watercraft like canoes and kayaks and small watercraft where it's appropriate in certain areas. This city, if you went back 100 years in time, the river was so much more vibrant than it is today, right. Even the canal. And so it's about putting the pieces back in place to allow that to happen, and then the sorts of things you're discussing are possible.
Sure, and it could happen in the Ottawa River as well. I mean, it's don't know that it would have the same effect. So if you think about a San Antonio, Texas kind of effect, and those kind of programs, and of course their livability, or their living far closer to the canal than we do here. I mean, they're over it, beside it, and but still, it's a vibrant place, and I think that we have only touched the edge of where we could be. So I think it's an exciting time. And having said that, I want to thank you again for coming out today and taking that opportunity. And I wanted to say that the city has an opportunity to help shape a long-term vision for the National Capital, working with you and providing our input on a milestone project that will transform our city and the nation's capital over the next 50 years. So I'm going to encourage all members of council, and Councillor Leeper was actually going to ask this question. I said I'm going to deal with it, to send your big ideas. It's a short timeline, though, to Mr. Moser by March the 4th. So you were talking about community consultation. So you're going to have to really do that quickly, because what Mr. Moser is, he's still here? Yeah, Mr. There you are. Mr. Moser is going to do is he's going to compile the ideas and those of city staff, and I see many city staff here are in the audience today for just the reason of listening to you, and he's going to submit it to the NCC in mid-March. What is the final deadline?
So our goal is to release a public draft in April. So if you want the ideas, April or May, fingers crossed. At that point, you could still issue comments after that deadline. I think if you just want us to incorporate it in the full draft, we would have the opportunity to get it ahead of time. That would be great. Really, the final deadline is we'd like to finish our consultation process by early fall, so we can finish the documents, finish the translation, publication, quality, so we can go to our board for approval before the end of the year.
For 2017.
Yeah.
Be like your gift to Canada.
It's actually on our work plan for 2017. This is one of our legacy projects we're actually doing.
Yeah. Awesome. And so consider this then your formal invitation to come back with that draft plan and make a presentation. Obviously, there's a lot of interest. I think some of the public have come out today for the purpose of receiving your report as well. Thanks again. Thank you. So now we're going to go on to the folks that are out here. Hang on a second. I've got a motion by Councillor Tierney.
Quick motion. Be it resolved that the National Capital Commission's presentation, the plan for Canada's capital, delivered at the Planning Committee on February 23rd, 2016, be appended to the minutes of today's meeting.
Carried? Thank you. Thanks again. Okay, so the next item, and I said we're going to deal with 2 and 3 together, and that's the draft plan of subdivision application for 6111 and 6141 Hazeldine Road, and the zoning bylaw amendment for the same address. We'll just wait maybe 2 minutes till everybody clears the room, and we'll get everybody set up. Patricia McCann-McMillan is going to do a presentation for us. We do have speakers. And with her is Mr. Wise and Mr. Moody. And I'll take this opportunity, maybe I won't take it yet since nobody's paying attention. I'll wait till I can take it when you're paying attention. Okay. Committee members, are we ready to go? We have staff ready to go. I just wanted to say for people in the audience, we do have speakers to this item, but I wanted to point out, Councillor Wilkinson, this is, okay, everybody? I just wanted to point out today that we had a ton of correspondence on this, starting with a couple of months ago, Chris Levesque sending in the petition, I think, was one early in the days. But we do have a lot of communication. So the fact that we don't have as many people speaking, we all know that that written communication has the same value as if anybody shows up. And I pointed out today because Stittsville is a very much a growing community, but it's very far from here. And I think that given the fact that most people are working, probably a lot of them in Canada and Stittsville, it really is something else to come down here and wait for whoever knows how long. I want you to know and take back to your neighbors that we have done the due diligence and respectfully looked at all of the communication that has come in. I think that's important to say. So we'll go over to our planner, Patricia McCann-McMillan, to do a presentation, and then we'll go right to the speakers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Harder. So as you mentioned earlier, I'm combining both presentations for the plan of subdivision and the zoning bylaw amendment for a proposal at 6111 and 6141.
Can everyone hear Patricia? No. So I need you to pull that forward. And
is this better?
if you can even project your voice a bit more, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay. So it is a combined presentation for a land development proposal that comprises a plan of subdivision and a zoning bylaw amendment, and the property in question is 6111 and 6141 Hazeldean Road. So this is the site context. It is within the village of Stittsville. It is east of Carp Road. It is north of Hazeldean Road, and it is west of Stittsville Main Street. The south of Hazeldean Road, to give people some perspective of where the site is, used to be the Stittsville Flea Market, and that jog in the property line was commonly used for parking while the flea market was operational. So we have, it's a vacant parcel of land. It does not have any direct street access or street frontage that I can show you to give you a perspective of how the property looks. Feedmill Creek is a cold water creek. It bisects the property. It runs from the west to the east. And the property is about, it's vacant, but about 50% of it is cleared of vegetation, and about the remaining 50% is treed. Apart from the fact that there is no direct street frontage, there are 4 proposed street accesses to this community. And this, just to give you a sense of these 4 accesses, this is Eagle Crest Heights. It is a road, it's a small road, it's a local road, and this is what it looks like currently as it extends into the property in question. The next access is Kimpton Drive. Kimpton is an existing collector road that again terminates at the property line, and this is how it looks going into the property. It's wider than Eagle Crest Heights, and there are sidewalks on both sides of the road. The third access is Bandelier Way. It is also a local road, but there is a sidewalk on one side of it. And on the west side of the development, through the Echo Woods community, Echo Woods Drive can be extended through this gap between these houses and extend into the lands in question. This is the official plan document. The lands are designated general urban area, so the development as a residential plan of subdivision is a permitted use. This is an excerpt of the Transportation Master Plan, and it shows that Carp Road, Hazeldean Road, and Stittsville Main south of Hazeldean Road are existing arterial roads. Stittsville Main north of Hazeldean Road is a major collector. Kimpton Drive and Echo Woods Drive are being shown as existing collectors, and there is a conceptual dashed line connecting those two. It is the intention of the master plan that those 2 roads be connected. This is the plan of subdivision that was proposed. It's an earlier version, but I'm using it because it's a better illustration of generally what's being requested at this time. I apologize for orienting it 90 degrees to the left or counterclockwise, but I think it's easier to see than if we had it upright. It shows that this is clearly a residential plan of subdivision. It shows that the developer is taking advantage of the 4 road connections that exist through the existing plans of subdivision. It shows Feed Mill Creek that, as I said earlier, it bisects the property from an east-west direction. North of Feed Mill Creek, it's single-family dwellings and a proposed park. There is a small park pathway block that's proposed to connect from the Maple Grove Road allowance to the proposed park, but the location of that block itself was changed after public consultation. Along the south edge of Feed Mill Creek, you'll see a dotted line. That represents a multi-use pathway that is being proposed. It's not an exact location, but it will be constructed outside of the floodplain limit of Feed Mill Creek. And it will connect both communities along, both existing communities with the existing community, the proposed community, along the south side of the creek, and it runs along the northern edge of the second park. South of the Collector Road, we see where the developer is proposing the medium-density housing. Again, there is a pathway block that will be connecting from that, if I can explain it as a panhandle, that would connect the existing Jackson Trails community through that street and that section of the subdivision to the commercial block. But the exact location for that pathway block is still being determined, and it's my understanding it's dependent largely on engineering issues. Excuse me. This is a more recent draft of the plan of subdivision. You can see here, this is one of the proposals where the pathway block has been relocated. This is because of the residents of Jackson Trails asked for a connection closer to their community for their access to the park north of the creek, excuse me. Again, it shows this pathway block, but again, this location of the pathway block may be resituated. And generally, before all of this area was considered to be townhouses, this block here is now being proposed to be semi-detached dwellings. This is the proposed zoning that's before you now. The existing lands are currently zoned a development reserve zone. It's a fairly straightforward rezoning that is being requested. The Feed Mill Creek corridor and both park blocks are proposed to be rezoned from the development reserve zone to an open space zone. The residential portion of the remaining DR zone is proposed to be rezoned from development reserve to a residential medium density zone, but that medium density zone includes the entire range of proposed dwelling types that Minto is looking at. Area C is added because once we had a geo-referenced map for exactly the plan of subdivision, it was determined that the property encroached slightly to the width of the lots on Bandelier Way, on the south side of Bandelier Way, encroaching to an existing commercial zone. So that small sliver of land needs to be rezoned from an arterial Main Street subzone, a commercial zone, to the residential medium density zone. And the conclusion is that staff is recommending that both the draft plan of subdivision be approved and the zoning bylaw amendment be approved. That's it. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I am going to go to the speakers. Councillor Kadri, did you want to speak before me, or are we going to speak during the speakers?
No, Madam Chair, you can go to the speakers, but I do have some questions for staff after that.
Or maybe during the question, as the speakers come forward? Okay, thank you very much. So the first up is Chris Levesque, who I mentioned earlier. Come on up, Chris. Following Chris is Omer Sultan, who's the president of Jackson Trails. Omer, okay, you're next. Welcome. You can sit in that, you might have more room in that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just make sure you press the button.
Okay, you can hear me? Great. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and City Councillors. My name is Chris Levesque. I'm one of the residents of the Echo Woods, Lloyd Alex, Stony Pond area. I come here today mainly to discuss with the proposal that we've just talked about here. We're very concerned in that subdivision about the traffic. Right now it's a fairly quiet street, Echo Woods, Lloyd Alex that is. One of the concerns we have if it's opened up to Potter's Key is the congestion we'll have at that stoplight, and the other reason is Lloyd Alex will become it'll become a shortcut. So that's our main concern, is if morning traffic, people are commuting to work, are they going to take a right and head Lloyd Alex to Carp Road, that is. So we're concerned about that. Speed is another thing. Right now, I live right on Echo Woods, so I see it firsthand. That street becomes, you get a lot of cars going up that street quite quickly, trying to beat that light. So we see that quite a bit. So right now there's stop signs at the bottom of the hill. One of the concerns is when these subdivisions are connected, are those stop signs still going to be there? We see that as being an area where speed will become a factor. A lot of children in the neighborhood, so we definitely have some concerns. Echo Woods currently doesn't have sidewalks on either side as well, so widening that, we're a little concerned about that as well. The other thing is construction, too. Construction roads, like Rothbourne. Some of the neighbors in my subdivision are concerned about that. When will the construction be going through there? What times a day? There's a lot of bus stops for children in the morning, especially around Lloyd Alex and Stony Pond. So we're concerned about that. Overall, the main concern is traffic calming. So we're not against development. It's just we'd like to see maybe a better traffic plan. That's our main focus. And aside from that, that's really all the Echo Woods, Stony Pond people have to say.
Well, thank you very much, and we've seen that clearly in the communications that we've received, and certainly you and I have had that conversation. And, I was asking Councillor Kadri this morning if you have school crossing, an adult crossing guard. And we were talking, that's in the area, and watching out for the impact of any increase throughout your community and the whole community that we're here talking about today, and watching for that. But there are other measures that can happen with regard to traffic. But we did have, I think that the staff did do an analysis on traffic, correct? And you'll probably at some point want to make comment on that. Does anyone have any questions of Chris? Mr. Cloutier, or Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Chair Harder. Mr. Levesque, when you're talking about that intersection, are you referring to the intersection of Echo Woods and Carp Road?
There's that one, and as well as Echo Woods and Lloyd Alex. So it'll continue through to Potter's Key.
Which is currently only a stop-controlled intersection.
Exactly.
Okay. And talk to me about Echo Woods and Carp Road. Is there it's currently a signalized intersection, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And I think your concern is that many people leaving the Potter's Key community would come out of there and turn right or north onto Carp Road to get to the 417.
That's right. Echo Woods comprises of 4 houses on either side, so It's a very short street.
It is.
So the concern is because of the short street, people will take the shortcut to the right and head north on Lloyd Alex, yes.
Question to staff, is there any discussion of a protected or an advance green to clear that intersection as much as possible to turn right onto Carp Road, turn north onto Carp Road?
There have been a number of traffic calming measures that are still being looked at, but it certainly is a priority for staff to look at the traffic calming through the Echo Woods community and the Jackson Trails community.
Okay. Mr. Levesque, you also spoke, just one more question, Madam Chair or Mr. Vice Chair. You talked about construction traffic. Is there not an agreement that on this map, close to where the 3 is, I think, that there be a construction road that Minto would be obligated to use to access the site?
Yes, there is. I've left that to some of my other comrades to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Mr. Levesque, first of all, thank you for coming out this morning to do and make a presentation in front of the committee. Your concern in terms of the Echo Woods entrance into the new Potter's Key is basically traffic related. Am I correct?
Yes, it's traffic related. We're concerned about speed and just the general plan in general.
Right.
Yep.
And you mentioned about the fact about no sidewalks on Echo Woods currently existing. Were you aware, and are you aware that in the agreement that the city has worked out on the plan that suggests that there will be a sidewalk constructed from the Potter's Key property all the way up to Carp Road on the south side of Echo Woods?
Yes, we knew about that. Some of the residents are concerned just because of the lengths of the laneways, of course. Some of them are going to become quite shorter, and some families are 3- and 4-car families, so yeah, we know about it.
Okay. Thank you for that. And just a question to staff, Madam Chair, and I'm looking at the Castle Glen Consultants Report for Traffic Study. Do you guys have a copy in front, or? Okay. My question is regarding on page 1 on the city comments. It mentions section 2.1 does not follow the intent of the TMP. And then the response from CG Consultant is the site plan has been revised to provide for an opening onto Echo Woods Avenue through Block 282. This will, in the immediate time frame, provide access to emergency vehicles and will ultimately be open to general traffic if and when desired. Have we reached that time, if and when desired, to open this, or are we still looking at that?
Through the chair, the initial report that I believe that the councillor is looking at was the initial report, the traffic study from Castle Glen, that was submitted at a fairly early time. At the time, staff had not accepted the conclusions of what that traffic study had to say. That traffic study did originally look at an emergency connection from Carp Road into the community itself. Upon further review of that report, staff were of the mind, and I believe also there was discussion with your office as well, sir, that the connection needed to be much more than just an emergency connection. The connection did need to actually go straight through to Carp Road. So we did not accept the conclusions and the findings of that Castle Glen report initially, and we did ask them to go back and revisit and relook at that.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions of Mr. Levesque? No, thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you. Thanks.
Next up, we have, as I said, Omer Sultan. He's the president of Jackson Trails Community Association, followed by Patrick O'Riordan. O'Riordan? Am I right?
Good morning. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so my name is Omar Sultan. I represent the Jackson Trails Community Association. I'm here as their president. I have previously already sent in quite a lengthy report to all of you guys. I'm not going to go over that because obviously that would take much longer than 5 minutes. I do have a couple of points to go over here today. First, let's talk about numbers. Jackson Trails has approximately 730 units. Potter's Key is planning to add a little over 400. In total, we're talking about maybe 1,600 cars in total living in that community. Let's say like 30% of them leave in the morning. I can't give the actual numbers. I'm just assuming. Let's even say there's 300 cars, 400 cars leave the community in the morning. They've talked about 4 street accesses to the development. They funneled down to 2. 3 of those, all through Jackson Trails, only exits through Main Street. So although it looks like 4 access points, there's actually only going to be 2. So at Carp Road, at Echo Woods, and at Main Street and Hazeline. As of now, Jackson Trails only has one entrance and exit. So Kimpton apparently, according to the traffic study, can handle up to 800 cars per hour. This development potentially will add 200, so let's say there'll be 200 cars going down Kimpton, exiting through Main Street. It's just not a safe number for a residential road. You're looking at 12 seconds, a car will be going down there. All you need is one car backing out of the driveway too slow, somebody backing a camper in. It's the suburbs, everyone has a boat, a camper or something. We'll backlog the whole thing up. That'll promote cut-through traffic down Overland Drive, which isn't handled for it. Main Street would be backed up quite heavily, and it just makes for an unfavorable exit. People will turn to look at Echo Woods, and they'll try and go that way. They'll find it's also backlogged. They'll cut up Lloyd Alex. So both those exits just they make it unfavorable. If these roads were clear of residential dwellings, that would be just fine. They can handle that traffic, no problem. But the reality of it is, I mean, there's going to be every day people coming in and out of their driveways. There's going to be kids on bikes. It's residential. I mean, just because it can theoretically handle it doesn't mean it should, right? We have to look at the reality of the situation. Next thing I'm going to touch on really quick is the pathway network. So we're also concerned about the lack of pathways and trails throughout the proposed subdivision. There's no proposed connection between the two parks. So to access the northern larger park, you'll have to go all the way around. There's no proposed bridge to go across. There's no pathway at the northern park along the creek. So you'll have to walk all the way along the road to get to that northern park. There's no north-south connected pathways. So there's no proposed path to get to the mall or to get to Hazeldean Road. What else we got here? So it's more reliant on sidewalks that are going to be proposed on the major roads, and not the northern part of the development shows no pathways at all. So I'm not sure what sidewalks are going to be put along there. Everyone's going to be pushed around the street on this. So it doesn't make it, it doesn't really encourage pedestrians and cyclists to go through all this. And in the 2013 Traffic Master Plan, it deals extensively on pedestrian and cyclists. We talk about safety, connectivity. They want a connected pathway system. They want to remove vehicles from the equation in the long term. By 2031, they have some pretty stringent goals that they're looking for. So as a community, we're looking for, I mean, we want to welcome this development. We want it to complement and enhance the existing developments. We're looking for a safer traffic plan which doesn't funnel everybody along the roadways. You know, this can involve a north-south connection, perhaps between the neighborhoods from Bandelier to Kimpton, to offer a direct path directly down to the existing trails, which are already in Jackson Trails. You know, close the loop on the pathway system. We're looking for respect and compatibility. We expect single houses backing onto the existing single houses. You know, unopened road allowances can always be opened up in the future, but you can't add pathways further on down the road.
Mr. Sultan?
Yep.
Your 5 minutes is up. I'm going to see whether we have some questions for you that can allow you to further give us more information. Councillor Kadri?
Thank you once again, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Sultan, for coming in, and more importantly, representing the community of Jackson Trails, along with the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, your community did submit a petition with 226 resident signature on that petition.
Yeah.
You're concerned with the pathways, and I'm just going to ask the question of staff. In terms of transit, the only transit that's in this area in close vicinity is Hazeldean Road and partly into Timbermere, which is off of Carp Road. The connection to the pathway, I think, is a legitimate concern, that there should be some kind of a pathway connection to Hazeldean Road for this community going forward directly to Hazeldean Road in order to access transit service.
Chair, in response to this, this comment. There are, as Mr. Sultan said, several plans of, there is a plan of, where am I? Sorry. A sidewalk plan that's being proposed for this development. This side represents the existing pathways of Jackson Trails and Echo Woods. The blue represents the cycling pathways, and the brown represents the pedestrian pathways. As you can see, yes, there is a gap, but the development does propose to fill in the gaps and make the connections between them. As was mentioned earlier, there is an east-west pathway that runs along the south side of the creek, and this plan shows it. The colors didn't translate very clearly, and it's just my rough sketching while I was reviewing the proposal, but the sidewalk plans for the plan of subdivision. So when it comes to this street, which runs north-south from the Maple Grove unopened road allowance through to the property boundary, there will be a sidewalk on both sides of the street. There will be a sidewalk that will go along to directly front against the northern park, and there'll be sidewalks on both sides of the collector road, which in turn will become, or it's slated to become in the plans, that a transit route, so it won't be a second way of getting people from the community through to the transit system. Given that the pathway will run along the edge of these blocks here, this area proposed in blue will be asphalt and not concrete, and it will be a continuation of the pathway that will connect through to Overland Drive. Now, the question about the north-south connections, yes, there are two sidewalks that are proposed on this side of the creek, on this side of the street. The other thing to consider is Female Creek, being a cold water creek, does have some environmental significance. And when the Jackson Trails Plan of Subdivision was being considered, the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority proposed only one crossing of the creek. Their recommendation at the time was that the crossing be in where the Potters Key community is located, and the most disruptive, for environmentally speaking, would be the crossing that has been built across the creek in Jackson Trails. So since that was the most environmentally disruptive, when this proposal came forward for the Conservation Authority and they reviewed it, they saw their way clear to allow yet another crossing of the creek at this location. To have additional crossings for pathway connections would not be supported by the Conservation Authority. And we feel that through the pathway connections here and the sidewalks along here, as well as with this road, that there is adequate pathway connections through the community as proposed.
Thank you. That was a good answer. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Sultan? You do? Councillor Cloutier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Do some people who leave Jackson Trails currently go up to Maple Grove to get to Terry Fox or Huntmar to get to the 417? Maple Grove is just to the north of the...
Right, so to access Maple Grove, you would have to go on to Hazeldean Road to get down to Huntmar.
You can't access it from Stittsville?
Not from Jackson Trails, no.
No? Okay.
We only have one exit and entrance, and that's through Hazeldean at Main Street.
And your submission is that the two what you're calling two access points, you would like another access point onto Hazeldean?
We feel a direct access point would be extremely beneficial to all the developments involved.
It's been explored, my understanding from reading the report, that it's been explored through the and I'm looking at slide 2 here, yeah, substantially that slide, a property that is not owned by the proponent, and another property that is owned by the proponent, but that is designated for commercial development. You would like to see that access point through there?
At least a temporary one until a permanent access point can be put in. Well, I'm under the impression that eventually, when the undeveloped lands, the unowned lands, are to be developed, there is supposed to be a direct access to Hazeldean put in. Until then, it's unknown. and it's unknown when that's going to be developed. That could be 20 years from now.
That's right, and okay. And I think staff's position, and I'll just conclude with that, Madam Chair, staff's position is that that access is not required until that other development goes in.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Salton? No, thank you very much, sir, for coming out. Councillor Brockington, do you have a question of staff arising from the delegation?
Yes, I do. Just about the park locations, how is that decided to have the parks located exactly where they are, and why we have two with the creek in the middle? Why not put all one park on one side? Could you just give me some history on that, please?
There's been a lot of discussion on the locations of the parks. Originally, with their first draft plan, it was going to be entirely on the north side of the creek. It was decided that then with the population that's being proposed south of the creek, plus with the better connections to the existing communities, that there should be also a park south of the creek. It was just a decision that was made through a lot of discussion and consultation. I would say the decision with regards to the park is fairly set. Of course, between draft plan and registration, there's always time and the ability to change things around. There's also been partly the discussion between active and passive recreation and saving how many trees and not saving trees. So all of that programming decision and all that, we're still actually working through those. The developer has been proposing what is termed facility fit plans for the parks, and staff are currently reviewing those, and there's still some toing and froing of them. But there was a lot of discussion about the number of parks, the location of parks, and through those discussions, this is what was resolved.
Do we know what the distance is to go from the park on the left or the north side, taking the road network to get to the other side? How long would that take?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Mr. Chair, we can try to get a staff member to measure that using our software while the discussion continues, and try to get that information back.
Sure, it's not germane to my decision today, but if future residents or current residents in the current subdivisions are interested about getting from one side to the other, then we have to talk about a simple bridge or something that, at the end of the day, kids are going to cross that creek. I don't know if they're wearing that fencing, but when that creek is swollen, we want to protect people, so a bridge might be part of the conversation at some point.
Thank you very much. The next speaker up is Patrick O'Riordan. Patrick, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you for hearing me today. I'm going to be reiterating some points that Omar has already made today. My number one point is the semi-detached homes behind Overland Drive.
Sir, can you pull it closer to you?
Yes. Sorry. So the proposed houses of semi-detached houses behind
I'm glad that I gave you that Irish version of your name, because I'm listening to you and I'm sure of it.
Thank you. So the semi-detached homes behind Overland Drive will greatly depreciate the value of our homes. Initially they had proposed single-family homes, and that's what I would like to see at the rear of Overland Drive again. Also, my second point would be regards with the pedestrian access to Hazeldean. Again, Omar had already reiterated this. So here I can see in the second slide, the shortest distance to Hazeldean Drive is via Overland Drive, which currently has no sidewalks. And we're going to be adding close to 500 new cars every day. It's very family oriented. I see kids playing in the streets every day. And walking in the streets, going to the school on Bladier Drive, walking up Overland Drive with no sidewalks is just purely unsafe for our children, for walking your pets, for going to the park. So adding a multi-use trail going to Hazeldean Drive at the rear of Overland Drive makes a safety sense. It's the cheapest and safest, easiest way to add a footpath in, and it's just purely safe. That's my 2 points depreciation of value of Overland Drive with semi-detached houses, and safety for our kids walking.
And thank you for sending your written communication in first, and it was great to have that map.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was helpful. I think, staff, you have responded on the trail issue sufficiently, or do you want to speak to this aspect of the trail and consideration of why there isn't one, the walking path, the pathway? Talking about
there is only the multi-use pathway along the south side of Feedmill Creek, and there are pathway blocks, one at the north to allow residents of Jackson Trails to access the proposed park north of the creek, and one through the medium-density development, residential development, to connect with the commercial property. The balance of the communication is the sidewalks.
So you just heard that, Mr. O'Riordan, and what more are you interested in?
Well, there's still no overland, there's no footpath on Overland Drive. So for our children to go to the school, St. Stephen's School, to go to the mall, we have to walk up the shortest distance to Overland Drive. From that map there, there's no footpaths.
There are the sidewalks as well. With regards to what's before us, it's the plan of subdivision of Potter's Key. It's not the Jackson Trails plan of subdivision.
Right. Yeah. So what you're talking about is something correcting something you feel is missing now, I think. Anyway, anyone have any questions for Mr. O'Riordan? Councillor Leeper?
Just to help further orient me, where is the nearest place to buy a quart of milk or a loaf of bread if you wanted to walk?
That exact pathway to Giant Tiger.
I'm sorry?
So it's right here. Giant Tiger is right here. Right. This is the quickest access to buy a loaf of bread.
So walking is feasible, but obviously if you're in that opposite quadrant, it's
if you're in this corridor here, you have to walk up Overland Drive.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Did you have a question of Mr. O'Riordan?
No, I don't, Madam Chair. I just want to give information.
Well, thank you very much, sir, for coming out. And Sean Williams, come on forward and go ahead and ask your question or make your comment.
Thank you very much. Just coming back to Councillor Leeper's question about convenience items available. As Mr. O'Riordan mentioned, there is a Giant Tiger right next to Jackson Trails subdivision, as well as the new community Potter's Key could access westbound to Carp Road, and there's a grocery store there also.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Sean. Nice
Thank you, Chair Harder. Good to see you again. Familiar with some of the folks here on council, and others probably wonder who the heck is this guy. So I'm an old warhorse staffer.
Some of us go way
too far back, Chair. Anyway, thank you very much for having me this morning. First, I'd like to thank Councillor Kadri for the work you're doing in terms of updating the residents of Jackson Trails on the proposed impactful development being undertaken by Minto and the adverse effect the current plan will have on the residents of Jackson Trails. I've read the summary letter of November 28, 15, penned by David Wise. In his summary, Mr. Wise fails to take into account a number of key factors. One, I appreciate that Mr. Wise is suggesting the volume per hour of cars would be approximately 200 per hour, and beneath the standards of 600 to 800 cars per hour for a road of this type, Kimpton-Eckelwoods, within the city's TMP. However, Mr. Wise's reference is to A, strictly the Kimpton-Eckelwoods portion of the roadway. B, it does not take into account the volume of traffic that would be north or southbound on Stittsville Main Street, adding to significant volume on that road, which would feed into Kimpton/Eckelwoods. C, it is an average per hour and would fail to take into account increased volume during peak periods when the volume of traffic would increase dramatically with egress from the north part of Jackson Trails north of Kimpton Drive. Two, I would respectfully suggest that in the course of the study, Mr. Wise and his colleagues have either not studied or have ignored the significant amount of traffic associated at peak hours with traffic on the ingress and egress of vehicles in the area immediately in front of St. Stephen's Stephen Catholic School. Despite repeated calls to the City of Ottawa's 311 number to report the significant amount of illegal parking by parents of St. Stephen students at the hours of school commencement and at the end of the school day, there continues to be significant illegal parking leading to traffic issues in the immediate area of St. Stephen. Let me be clear, City of Ottawa 311 and bylaw staff have done their best, but the illegal parking problem persists, and I understand that you cannot dedicate a bylaw or police officer to this area every day during those hours. 3, what planning staff have failed to address is that with the amount of illegal parking and traffic volume both moving and stopped at those 2 times a day, there is the potential of cut-through traffic to Bandelier Way and Overland. Overland is a street with a blind hill and no sidewalks with many single-family houses and the significant risk of children being affected by cars cutting through during those times. I would suggest that Mr. Wise and his staff would conduct further traffic management assessments and tests during the hours of school commencement and closure. I have significant doubts about the prospect of that type of study being done in the course of planning for this new development. The ideal solution would be to have an access point off Hazeldean Road into the new development. I understand that the proponent developer does not own the land adjacent to Hazeldean. I realize that ship sailed a long time ago, but it makes me question why planning staff ever approved this development without a solution to access via Hazeldean Road. So what are some of the options? 1, the City of Ottawa negotiates an agreement with the owner of the subject land immediately adjacent to Hazeldean Road with the purpose of creating an access point from Hazeldean into the proponent developer's site. 2, the City of Ottawa purchase outright from the current owner the land adjacent to Hazeldean Road at current or just above market rate with the purpose of constructing a road access point into the development via Hazeldean Road. 3, the City of Ottawa expropriates from the current owner, if it's not willing to enter into good faith negotiations, a portion of the land needed to create an access point off of Hazeldean Road. In all cases where the City would need to negotiate a purchase of land and subsequent development of a roadway on that acquired land, the proponent developer would be responsible for the cost as is normal and standard within most plans of subdivision. There is a significant issue that has been overlooked by the city's planning and development staff with respect to the ingress and egress of vehicles during the opening and closing of school, with the potential to impact negatively on the safety of the Jackson Trails community and the added problem of additional cut-through traffic taking place on Bandelier Way and Overland. Mr. Wise's one comment in his summary letter was, quote, unfortunately, not all issues can be resolved to the mutual satisfaction of all parties, unquote. That statement's true if staff don't make the effort to seek out solutions that can indeed satisfy all. Merely throwing up one's hands as a staff person and saying, oh well, is hardly the way to manage complex issues that have the potential to negatively affect several hundred residents of the community. One of the things in the report, it says that with respect to transportation, consideration should be given to creating plans that are safe. A connection from Hazeldean Road would do just that. It would increase safety in our community. One other comment in the report is cut-through traffic originating from this plan of subdivision is expected to be negligible. I would respectfully say that any cut-through traffic is not negligible when safety is compromised, especially the safety of the children in our community. It's interesting that, I'll just close on this one. Interesting that one of the comments which said that the community services have also examined and reviewed St. Stephen Elementary. Just to close, Chair, just saying it's the only time in a 50-page report that St. Stephen even gets mentioned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I just wanted to address some of the comments about what you wish that the city would do. I'm going to ask, actually, Mr. Mark to comment on the legality aspect of us expropriating land, forcing a company to sell, a landowner to sell to us land for access. I know in some cases we do have the right to do that. However, when the transportation studies, et cetera, prove that there isn't a need and that actually the need that there is will be identified through another, you see where I'm going from? I'd just like some comment on that.
Madam Chair, through the expropriation process, there is what's called a hearing of or a landowner whose land is being expropriated can request what's called a hearing of necessity. And in that, there is the municipality or the expropriating authority has to present to the board members the rationale behind why the lands are being expropriated. And in the event that there's a transportation study which says that the access is not necessary at this time, the city would be faced with a significant hurdle to meet in justifying expropriation in such case.
Yeah. Thank you. I think that that's important. I mean, we often hear solutions from people who live in certain communities and they care very much and they're trying to come up with some ideas, but there's only some things that we can do.
Well, I appreciate that, Madam Chair. That was just one of three options that I thought were there. I certainly wouldn't be the first choice to expropriate.
We also have to deal with, in order to, for example, get the city even in a position where they would even consider something like that, there'd have to be evidence that showed that there would have to be this critical situation that many people are predicting. We don't have that science before us, and that's so. But I'll tell you that Councillor Kadri and myself have, over the last month, been trying to pull rabbits out of hats and stuff, and working with the proponent and working with the staff, and I think that you'll see something today that will hopefully work for you. And also some follow-ups that will happen as well.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair.
Yep. Councillor Kadri?
Thanks again, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Williams, for coming out to do the presentation and into the committee. I think some of the items that you mentioned, and you did mention that you've had city bylaw working on some of your concerns, those are existing concerns, am I correct?
That's correct. It's an ongoing concern, and my concern even more so is with the added traffic. And one of the previous speakers talked about how the funneling through to Stittsville Main Street onto Hazelmead as the exit point is going to be compromised by the fact that we have a significant amount of illegal parking taking place at the ingress and egress of school commencement and school closure.
Thank you for that, and I thought that's where you were headed, that the additional traffic will compound the problem. And I understand that, and I will continue to work with you and the community to resolve the current issues before something else comes along. And based on that, Councillor Harder and I did discuss this morning possibly another crossing guard program further up on the school site. So maybe that will help a little bit too. So thank you for your comments, and thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor. And that could indeed help a little bit of the issue that we're facing right now in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean, for coming out. I would ask Dave McGann. Did I crucify your name? Okay, what's even better? McGahan? I was right then. Oh, thank you. Okay. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for having me. My name's Dave McGann. I work in real estate for over 20 years with CLV Group. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with our company. We've done a lot of business with Minto as well over the years. And my main concern is I live on Overland Drive. I actually sold my house to Patrick and moved down the street on Overland, 10 houses. And I think when Patrick bought the house from myself and when I bought the new house, the Minto plans were to have single-family homes backing on Overland. And since then, they've changed it to townhouses and then semi-detached homes. And being in real estate, and my wife's in real estate as well, she works for RE/MAX, we're very concerned about the value of our homes, because when it was proposed that backing onto single-family homes, which is likewise homes, you maintain your value, but when it changes to semis or townhouses, it probably reduces the value by $75,000, $50,000, $75,000. So I want to know why Minto, when they have a big blank slate, why they would put unlike homes backing onto single-family homes on Overland. That's never really been addressed. They had the whole, I don't know how many acres the land is, but it just doesn't make sense to have different homes backing onto single-family homes. Another issue, that's my main issue, because everyone thinks of your own bottom line, right? So another issue is safety, because we have a 5-year-old who goes to St. Stephen's, and when you go down Bandulay, it's crazy, the traffic in the morning. There's a crossing guard there, but about a week ago, it's such mayhem there already, and if you add in, I don't know how many more residents it would be that would be using that access, but the other morning a car backed into my wife's car in the morning because it's so chaotic, and with the snow, it was after one of the big snowfalls, there's cars like lined up all the way down Bandulay. So it's a really dangerous situation for kids walking there or cars driving there. I wish some of you would go look at it in the morning to see how dangerous it is. And if you're adding in, I don't know how many more cars, Omar will know, but if you're adding in that many more vehicles and not providing another access to Hazeldean, it's just, you're creating a very dangerous situation. So I don't know why Minto should be allowed. I'm in real estate, our company develops as well, but why they should be allowed to like jam this proposal down our throat, basically the existing neighbors, without providing adequate access. Like, it's not the residents of Jackson Trails' fault or Echo Woods that they can't purchase land to go right onto Hazeldean. So that's about it. So thank you very much for your time.
Well, first of all, Minto's not jamming. They have an application in just like all the other developers or individuals do across the city. Secondly, my question is, who are the people that are using Bandulay when you're saying that all the people that are parked there? Where are they going that they're using it, and where are they coming from?
Okay, they're going to St. Stephen's School in the morning and then also after school.
So show me on the map how close St. Stephen's is to Bandulay.
Bandulay runs right, like it's Bandulay and Stittsville, Maine.
Right at the end?
Yeah.
Okay, so I can tell you any probably 30 streets in Barrhaven around the 25 schools that are there. It's the same case, and I think that all the other councillors that are in suburban areas could tell you the same thing. We are car dependent, right? The problem, and thanks the gentleman before you that was talking about bylaw is doing their best, and they do this spot thing all the time where they go without, they take no prisoners. Everybody gets nailed. It's too bad if you're sitting in your car or anything, or your grandfather who's doing your child a service and is desperate to pick up your grandson. It doesn't matter, as you know. So I wanted just to find out who those people were. So really, those people are the people that are living in the community that want to get their kids safely to school, and that's the way they do it.
That's
right.
The way
we live, right? As far as the single houses go, I wanted to tell you that you're going to hear some good news from Councillor Kadri on that. And I think that it might be a good time to introduce your motion, just so that you hear that. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. McGann? And I really like your perspective, because you have a lot of citywide stuff. If you're in real estate, you're all over the, you're in many communities. But it's situations that we deal with. We just have to understand that there is a process under the Planning Act, and there's rules associated with that. I personally think that our staff have a lot of knowledge, and they work really hard with the community and certainly with all of us in order to come forward with their decision. Did you have a question, Councillor Leithner? Yeah.
I do, and I think it'll help me to understand the motion that Councillor Kadri may be coming up with. I'm the councillor for Kitchissippi. We're a downtown ward. What is the bias or the prejudice of having single-family homes backing onto, in this case, I think they're proposing semis. The math is, roughly a 30% or a 25% reduction in value. Help me understand that, because I'm really having trouble getting that.
Yeah, it's just a perception I know from, I do more commercial real estate now, but I did like residential for mostly 15 years, and now I do mostly commercial, but it's just the preference that people have when they're buying a house. They want it to be a similar house. Yep. So
they don't want mixed fences, because some people,
they don't want mixed fences.
You'll have people that aren't working together and not putting up a common fence, and you could have, if you have a pie-shaped lot, Councillor, you could end up with like 5 different fences along there with the people that are backing onto you. So it is enviable to match up your properties.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So it's just like aesthetics. People want to have similar houses. So
okay.
It really is that simple.
You don't see that at all, or?
Well, but he's Kitchissippi. That's the area he represents, and if you think about it, all the infill that they've had there, so he really does have a mixed bag. If you go back to if your traditional Kitchissippi was there, right? And then think about where you've had the infill in that's been the game changer that's mixed it up.
Right.
But likely, when it was built, it was more homogeneous than what you have today.
Okay.
Right?
I think Councillor Hubley wanted
Madam Chair, just follow up on that. Don't we have a lot plan that we can put up there to see this? Because I think we all understand this issue about backyards. So is there not a lot plan developed for this that we can see whether it's one house backing onto one or is it three backing onto one?
On the French screen, I guess the best way of describing it, I have the plan of subdivision loaded up. There are no individual lots for the blocks for the townhouses and semi-detached because that hasn't been, the exact lotting for the semi-detached units hasn't been established yet. What I've shown on the main screen is an example of what one of Minto's products when it comes to semi-detached housing. That's their product on the top, and this is Tartan's product on the bottom for semi-detached housing. So this is what is going to be backing onto a single-family home on the main screen. So once the plan gets refined and they identify exactly how wide the lots are needed for the semi-detached, then those lines would be drawn on the plan of subdivision.
So we don't have anything we can show people to give them a sense of whether they're going to have one, two, or three houses backing up.
Well, the best illustration is the photo I can say is right now.
That's what it looks like from the street.
That's right.
We're talking about the backyard. What backs on?
It looked like a great big house.
It can't be determined at this time. They're just not. It's not refined enough. The draft plan is almost like a higher level of design phase, and then the refinements go through as we work through towards registration. So it's just not there yet.
And so councillors who have this kind of situation, it's particularly difficult when there's small pieces left in a subdivision that never were acquired. For example, in Stonebridge, there's an area across from where the clubhouse is on Jockvale that DCR Phoenix bought, backing onto Blackleaf and another street, and those are large single homes. They ended up putting in townhomes, but what we ended up doing was forcing them to brick the back, move them right to the front so the deep property was against it, etc. So we're always cognizant of that. The good news is, though, for everyone in the audience, is that Councillor Kadri's motion, working with staff, working with Susan Murphy from Minto, they are going to match your singles with singles. It's in the motion. Okay? So we are having the motion right now. Well, it's not totally solved, but I mean, we wanted to hear from the public in case that Councillor Kadri and Mr. Moody and Leanne and myself were conversing late last night, again this morning, with Ms. Murphy, trying to do the best that we can to get something that really reflects the majority of the concerns for the community. So it's been a working motion. Councillor Kadri. And thank you very much for coming forward.
First of all, I want to thank Mr. McCann for coming in to do the presentation to the committee again. Just a comment, Madam Chair, about the motion. Before I do the motion, I just want to give the committee a little bit of a background in terms of what you've received and what the committee may have received. There were a total of 99 residents that contacted us via email, each one of us in terms of the committee. There was 2 public meetings in the community that were held, and at each meeting there was approximately 100 participants at those meetings. There were 81 residents in Echo Woods that signed the petition, as you see in your IPDs, and there was 226 residents signed the petition in Jackson Trails. So based on that kind of feedback, obviously the one thing that I didn't hear from most of the community was the fact that they didn't want this development. They were okay with the development given the fact that they wanted some conditions put into the development. And one of those conditions obviously was the connection to Hazeldean Road, the conditions about singles versus family, semis behind Overland, as well as there were a couple other concerns, but that could be resolved at site plan stage. So going forward, even though I'm still sort of leery about supporting this item at committee, but I do know that as councillors, not only on this committee but as city council, we received numerous complaints and numerous issues related to traffic. across the city, to that point where the mayor has actually added $40,000 to the budget of each councillor in order to work with staff to do some traffic calming measures. In this particular case, there are some traffic calming measures that are built in or will be built in once the development goes forward. But my concern was from day one is why are we not looking at the traffic issue of day one rather than try to repair something at a later date? So to make the long story short, here I am with the motion, and I'll read the complete motion because that's the only way it'll come across proper. Whereas Minto Homes has proposed a subdivision with over 400 residential units known as Potter's Key, located 6111 and 6140 Watt Hazeldean Road in Stittsville. Whereas the surrounding residents and the ward councillor have major concerns that the development does not have a direct access to an arterial or major collector road. Whereas the surrounding residents and ward council believe that a development of this size without a direct access all cause numerous traffic concerns in the new and existing areas, and you've heard some of those this morning. Whereas the plan of subdivision doesn't indicate a future road connection through the commercial lands to the south to be signalized intersection at the arterial Hazeldean Road, and whereas the commercial property to the south is listed for sale with the anticipation of commercial development in the future, and whereas concerns have been expressed with respect to the plans to have townhomes and or semi-detached homes backing onto the existing single detached homes, therefore be it resolved that delegated authority be returned to staff subject to the following conditions. 1, a condition be added to the draft plan approval to provide a temporary connection access road to the subject property from an Hazeldean that will eliminate the need for construction traffic to use the existing surrounding residential streets. The time limit on that, members of the council committee, is probably in about the 2019 time frame for that temporary road. Number 2, that a condition be added to the draft plan approval to require the temporary construction access road to be left in place at least until the end of 2019, and that it be brought to the granular A prior to the first occupancy within the subdivision to facilitate public's use of this temporary road. Number 3, the zoning bylaw amendment be changed to stipulate that only single detached units are to be backed onto existing single detached units in the Echo Woods and Jackson Trails subdivision. And further be it resolved that pursuant to Planning Act subsection 34-17, no further notice be given. So, Councillor, that is the motion basically in the context and trying to work out some kind of a compromise on this item. Because I think the community, like I said, may not be opposed to the development, but they did raise those concerns through all of the correspondence that we have either received here or at a public meeting. So I do encourage the community to support this motion going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor. You put a lot of work into this. Before we go to questions related to the motion, we do have one more delegation to speak. Susan Murphy and Arthur Gordon from Minto Corporation, if you can come forward. Great. This isn't your first rodeo. You have 5 minutes. Make sure the mic's nice and close, please.
Thank you. I'm Susan Murphy, Vice President of Land Development Minto Communities, and today I have Arthur Gordon joining me from Castlegan Transportation Consultants. They were retained by Minto to do the traffic impact analysis for Potter's Key. Today we've coordinated our presentation, and I'm going to pass it over to Arthur to give us a broader context in terms of the transportation and location.
I'd like to open up by saying that this process that we've been looking at is not brand new. We've been looking at this, when I say we, I mean city staff, Minto, councillors, the community, for almost a year and a half now. A significant amount of work has gone into the overall process of planning for this community, not only from the actual local development that you can see on the slide, but the overall community in its entirety. One could see the extension of Stittsville, Maine, heading all the way up to Huntmar and Palladium. One can see the widening of Carp Road, which are major initiatives undertaken by this municipality with regard to assuring additional access to the community as time goes on. Overall, this is a planned infrastructure to integrate with the city's initiatives to make sure that it's basically staged in concert with all of the development patterns, not only today, but also in the future as well. I'll hand it back to you to talk more about the development.
Minto submitted our application in the summer of 2014. Prior to us purchasing the land in 2012 and moving forward with our development applications, a lot of planning approvals had already been committed to the lands. As you can see with the Jackson Trail subdivision, when it went through, we have the 3 roads coming into our property line, and under those roads are water, sanitary, and storm pipes that have been designed and built to accommodate the development anticipated in Potter's Key. As well, we have the Jackson Trail pump station that's been sized and built to accommodate Potter's Key. Our stormwater outlet is also in Jackson Trail. So a lot of pre-planning and commitments and approvals have been made in terms of bringing this development on. Our subdivision design, as we talked about today, consists of just over 400 homes with singles in yellow, 2-story towns in the orange tone, and with semis being proposed backing onto singles on Overland Drive, with the motion today changing that to singles. Feed Creek, again, is a cornerstone in terms of the development as a major natural feature. Although there was a lot of commitments already made in terms of Jackson Trail, we had to go through a rigorous technical studies to determine that those approvals are still valid today under the current city standard policies and guidelines. So a lot of work was done both from Minto Consultant Team, the city, and the MVC to update all that analysis to determine if those infrastructure and roadway patterns were still valid. And through that exercise, and today we've demonstrated that they are. In terms of the Feed Mill Creek, the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority updated the floodplain mapping to ensure that there was an accurate development limit to ensure development would impact Feed Mill Creek and the floodplain. We also, during the review process, the city undertook a sub-watershed study for Feed Mill Creek in 2015. They went and looked at it holistically in terms of the whole sub-watershed study to determine whether, and they used their most updated modeling in terms of stormwater management and criteria to see whether our approved outlet through Jackson Trail was still valid under the new, more stricter stormwater guidelines. And again, that solution through Jackson Trail was proved to be valid. The Jackson Trail pump station requires upgrades, and also we rely on the ultimate Canada West pump station. The conditions of plan of subdivision have that stipulated that the allocation must be there in terms of close homes within our subdivision. And in terms of transportation, I'm just going to hand it back to Arthur in terms of the transportation impact study and the findings and the exercise we went through for this application.
In short, having worked on a significant number of these community plans over the last 20 years, I can tell you that this plan is essentially elegant. If we take a look at what we're trying to do here, we're not developing a pod community. You're developing an integrated community that's integrated with the neighbors behind it. We want to be able to assure that people can walk from one end of the development to the other end of the development. One can visit the community on the east, community on the west with ease, and neighbor can visit neighbor. The actual plan provides not only for cycling and pedestrian activity and takes into account some of even the NCC objectives that they were talking about in terms of interconnectivity, in terms of thriving and interconnected developments. This is essentially what this plan does. I can also go look at the neighboring developments. Essentially, the development to the east side is roughly 7 units per acre. Our development is, the other 6 units per acre. Our development is 7 units per acre. This gives you an idea.
And you've used up your time. Thank you, but we have some questions. Councillor Blais, and then Councillor Brockington, and then Councillor Cadre.
Thanks. So we've lifted delegated authority. We've had an hour-long discussion here, and the proposal is to give delegated authority back to move the location of some townhomes. So I guess my question is the intention to move those townhomes or simply eliminate them?
In terms of the motion, as you can see, this is an updated plan, and what it shows you in white are the sidewalk locations, consistent with Pat's presentation. So that kind of pink color is now going to change to singles, backing on singles, with the semis remaining on street number 3.
Yeah, so...
And everything else would stay the same.
Sure, but if you're not moving them, then your densities are coming down.
It's
right?
about 0.2 in terms of a difference, going from the semi-detached homes to singles. So what is it?
So I guess my broader question is, that is a relatively easy change. Why did it take lifting delegated authority and coming to committee to get that done?
I don't think it was dealt with in isolation. There was a number of issues on the table. So it was more of a package that we looked at in terms of an isolated incident.
Okay.
In fact, I think Ms. Nedden has been, did you want to comment on that, on the, what Councillor Blaze said?
Madam Chair, yes, it's certainly to the question. It has been a comprehensive review of a number of items and issues that have been plagued with the community in terms of looking for improvement. So I believe this motion that the councillor is tabling today will address those.
Okay. Okay, so I guess the lesson is we should lift delegated authority in all subdivisions to get what we want. Is that what we're... Because I've got one in Minto, Avalon coming shortly, and 2 or 3 more after that, right? So is that what it takes, or?
We should never lift delegated authority.
Yeah,
okay? I mean, it's a last-minute tool, and I think that I can say that if Councillor Kadri, and as I said, it's been a work in progress. If he hadn't done that in his case, I don't think we would have had as much community input, and we wouldn't have had an opportunity to negotiate to the extent that we did. It's that easy, honest to say that, having been inside the camp.
That's my point, is that the lifting
But we
delegated
very
authority
seldom lift
got
delegated
negotiation.
authority because we don't have to.
Yeah.
We usually work out these things ahead of time.
Yeah.
And there just wasn't an interest, I don't think, on anybody's side to really do that.
I know, that's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. But just building on your point, so that point 2, what does it change your units per hectare to? Your density?
The calculation is 0.2 lower than what it is today.
And which is what?
31.7 on its own, and then with Jackson Trail, it's, I'm not sure the calculation.
No, Jackson Trails, I think, is 64 units per hectare. Jackson Trails, I believe, is 64 units per hectare, and this one will now be about
64
32
units per hectare. Okay, so actually, this is a direction that we are liking, that we are going in. So thank you. Anything, Councillor Brockington, and then Councillor Kadri.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to confirm that the original concept for this subdivision has changed over the year and a half, based on the work of the local councillor, the community associations. You've listened to the community. Changes have been made to what we see now. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor. We've gone through a 22-month development review process. We've had about 5 iterations of the plan through that process. It's significantly changed. We had 464 units to start with a different product type, a more dense product type here, based on the technical feedback and accommodating the connectivity of the roads, the pathways, the environmental features, and the public input. It's now revised to what we see before us today.
Okay. Are you willing to pay for a bridge to connect the 2 parks?
Minto isn't willing to pay for a bridge over the 2 parks.
The Conservation Authority.
And the Conservation Authority, again, has, as the staff has stated, would not support that.
So, but you said you were not willing? Is that what I heard?
We're not willing to create a bridge across the 2 parks. Thank you.
And you did say that the Conservation Authority strongly objected.
Correct. They would not support it either.
Yeah, and also why we have wider than what would normally be protected along the creek as well. Councillor Kadri?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before I just have a question for staff and for Minto, just to come back to the comment that Councillor Blais made, in terms of the lifting the delegated authority, Councillor, in my 9 years, this is the first time I've done that, only because I saw issues in this file that I knew and I thought would be resolved earlier and sooner, but didn't get resolved. That's when I lifted the delegated authority in order to put that, I wouldn't call it pressure, but to make sure that the negotiations were headed in the proper direction. And that's the only reason why I left it at DA. Otherwise, like I said, in my 9 years on council, I've never done that before. So I do respect the process that is established. In terms of coming back to a couple of questions for Ms. Murphy, and Ms. Murphy, you are aware of the motion that was tabled just now?
I am aware.
And I'm assuming that you're in agreement of that?
I'm in agreement with the motion put forward, yes.
Thank you. The road that is mentioned in terms of the construction access temporary road, whereabouts would that be located on the site? Do we have any plans yet, or?
So right now, in terms of Minto, we own this portion here along the frontage of Hazeldean. So under our control, we would be able to probably put a construction road through here. Whoops, what did I do? So we could do that. But again, it's limited in terms of a right-in on Hazeldean.
So based on that response, Ms. Murphy, I did discuss with you and with Minto about a possibility of negotiating something possibly with the current landowner that is on the west side of your property. Have you discussed those concerns with the property owner?
So the Kavanaughs with a K on the property here on the south side. We have had discussions throughout this process with a representative from that company, and there would be an advantage in terms of setting up the construction road that tie into an all-way intersection, which would facilitate construction much better both from the local community as well as ourselves. So Minto will proceed to talk to the representative to determine whether or not they would permit a construction road on their property, and we're committed to go and follow up with them on that.
And that, irregardless of what happens today, that communication will continue on between Minto and the property owner?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Similar to with the adjacent communities as well.
That's right. Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Just a question related again back to some of the comments that Ms. Murphy made to Mr. Moody regarding, she mentioned about the capacity in terms of where Minto is working with Jackson Trail Pump Station, and we know in the West and ultimately the Canada West Pump Station will be upgraded, number one, and the new pump station that's going to be coming online. Based on those comments, are there any policies or procedures that Minto must follow in order to accommodate their capacity that they need?
Condition 74 in the draft conditions that are before committee speaks to the limited capacity that's currently available in anticipation of the expansion of the Canada West pumping station or expansion of the Jackson Trails pumping station. Certainly, based on the discussion we've been having over the last 24 hours, if delegation of authority is returned back to staff, we are happy to continue to work with you as councillor to provide clearer language as far as what the steps or the next steps might be within that condition prior to your signing the delegated authority report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moody, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone have any more questions for our Minto representatives? No? Thank you for coming out. I think that's it for speakers on both 2 and 3. All right. So I'm going to break down if I can have committee's attention, unless somebody do you have questions with staff? Well, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do here first, okay? So of the motion that Councillor Kadri put forward, as you know, we're dealing with both items 2, which is the draft plan of subdivision at this address, and item 3, which is the zoning for this address. So in breaking down with the concurrence of Mr. Mark, the motion with regard to the subdivision, we would have an amendment that says a condition be added to the draft plan approval to provide a temporary construction access road to the subject property from a Hazeldean road that will eliminate the need for construction traffic to use the existing surrounding streets. Is this right? And also that a condition be added to the draft plan approval to require this temporary construction access road be left in place at least until the end of 2019, that it be brought to granular A prior to the first occupancy within the subdivision to facilitate the public's use of this temporary road. Because normally a temporary road has got big chunks of gravel, a construction road, right? So Minto has agreed that they will add a granular A product that will still be, you probably want to be driving an SUV and not a Honda Civic on it, but only for height, but still it would provide an access. Traditionally, you don't see that. Traditionally, you see the construction roads that are created are for the benefit of the construction vehicles, okay? So, and then with the second item, which is the zoning, it would be amended, the zoning bylaw amendment be changed to stipulate that only single detached units are to back onto existing single detached units in Echo Woods and Jackson Trails subdivisions. These are significant amendments. So, Councillor Leeper, you have a question of staff. Yes, please.
Just a quick question of staff. I'm still struggling to see how the traffic impacts to some of the nearby residential roads are or are not going to be acceptable. There's, we're going to be looking at 400, 600 cars in the peak periods, 4 egresses. Sorry, so what is that number? I see you shaking your head.
Madam Chair, the existing traffic along Kimpton is approximately 50 vehicles in peak hour. Okay. The addition of Minto will add an additional 100 vehicles through Kimpton, again at peak hour. That is a total combined traffic flow of 150 vehicles at peak hour on a minor collector which has a theoretical capacity of around 600 to 800 vehicles per hour.
Okay.
So we are talking about
significant increase, but the road is supposed to be able to handle it. Okay. The piece of the report that I wanted to just look at quickly is cut-through traffic originating from this plan of subdivision is expected to be negligible, so we're not expecting that significant increase in traffic to be cutting through anywhere. However, if cut-through traffic does become an issue, signage can be added to legally prevent it. I've got any number of no-throughs in my neighborhood. I've got signage all over the place that indicates what drivers are or not supposed to be doing. It is usually ignored. The only thing that I find signage does is increase the number of phone calls to my office for people looking for enforcement of the signage. Do staff really expect that if there is significant cut-through traffic, that can be mitigated with signage?
I can answer that, and I'm not staff. And again, because I've had so much development. So, for example, in Half Moon Bay, when Tamarack came in to build below them, they were using the existing River Run, River Mist, all of the Grand Gala, the roads to access the Tamarack site with the construction traffic. And we were able to speak with, in that case, Tamarack, to say, you will tell your construction traffic that they're not to use it. Right. We've also built roads before, and where there's a road, they actually prefer that themselves, because it's a lot easier for a large truck to go down. But yes, to answer your question, it absolutely can be.
With construction traffic, for sure. I think we can do a lot working with developers, but this is dealing with cut-through traffic. If some of the side streets become congested, we've heard predictions of cut-through traffic into areas where we don't want them, which can be mitigated according to this report with signage. Yeah.
But where are they going to cut through to, I guess, is part of the answer you should give.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think again we have to take this into context as well too, in the volume of traffic that's going through there. So currently, right now, the traffic that the Castle Glen did produce, we asked them to go out and do a survey of exactly how much traffic really was coming through, both from the existing situation and how much traffic was cutting through via Lloyd Alex. And what they determined is that right now the existing traffic count is about 10 to 12 vehicles per hour at peak flow from the existing community through Echo Woods. Of that, they found that about 30% were shortcutting via Lloyd Alex. So that was, in this case, about 2 to 3 vehicles. What Castle Glen did, and they can always speak to this a little bit more in depth, is they factored that up to look at the future traffic volumes. And the future traffic volumes from this one was in the range of about 50 vehicles per hour at peak hour coming from Potter's Key. If you consider that again, 30% of that would be using Lloyd Alex, then we're talking about 20 vehicles or so, which is about 1 vehicle every 2 minutes. Yeah. There are always a variety of ways to control shortcutting. You can use curbs. You can use pork chops, things like that. Again, it's all dependent upon the severity of the issue, the volume of traffic that's actually coming through, and the number of vehicles that are really coming through. So when staff looks at this, we see one vehicle every 2 minutes or so. We feel that signage is likely going to be enough to control that. There's also the consideration that we have residents who live in this area who are going to be wanting to take their children to St. Stephen's School as well too. And if we were to build a physical, or requiremento rather, to build physical curbs that would prevent movement from Lloyd Alex onto Kimpton and then across over to St. Stephen's School, that would impair that movement as well. So again, just putting it in the broader context and discussion, I think that that is also quite important to this discussion.
Okay. I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to now, as everybody is coming back into committee, we are back into committee, I'm going to do the motions now as amended. Okay, so I'll do the amendment first. So item number 2 is that Planning Committee approved the draft plan of subdivision attached as document 2, subject to draft conditions included in document 3 and modified by the following. A condition be added to the draft plan approval to provide a temporary construction access road to the subject property from Hazeldean Road that will eliminate the need for construction traffic to use the existing surrounding residential streets. And B, that a condition be added to the draft plan approval to require this temporary construction access road be left in place at least until the end of 2019, and that it be brought to granular A prior to the first occupancy within the subdivision to facilitate the public's use of this temporary road. Does anyone want to speak to this before we vote on it?
I have a question.
Okay.
Mr. Mark, what's the liability to the city to basically giving or advocating for public access to a private road through a construction site, in terms of, it comes out to a very busy road, the road's not going to be up to normal standards of a traversed road, etc.?
Madam Chair, the road in question, as a council pointed out, will be a private road. The liability will be with the owner, which is Minto. And that certainly is a matter that they'll want to discuss with their insurers.
Okay, so we bear no responsibility. We're telling them to bring it up to a standard that can be used for by the public. Are we mandating them that they actually then allow that to happen while they're using it for construction?
That is my understanding, Madam Chair, of what is being proposed in this arrangement.
Okay.
Okay. So on the amendment, is that carried? Dissent? And one dissent, Councillor Blais. And on item 3, the draft plan of subdivision as amended, is that carried? Carried. Thank you. So now on item 3, which is a zoning bylaw amendment, part of 6111 and 6141 Hazeldean Road, the Planning Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw, let's see, 2008-250 for part of 6111 and 6141 Hazeldean Road to permit the development of a residential subdivision with single, semi-detached, and townhouse dwellings, neighborhood parks, and an open space corridor as shown in document 1 and detailed in document 2. The zoning bylaw amendment be changed to stipulate that only single detached units are to back onto existing single detached units in the Echo Woods and Jackson Trails subdivisions, and that be it further resolved that pursuant to the Planning Act subsection 3417, no further notice be given. On the amendment? Carried. And on the item as amended? Carried. So as I said before, thank you very much. I hope if you don't understand everything that went on, will certainly Councillor Kadri or any of the staff will tell you, but I think the significant issues that you had have been addressed. And also with the commitment to review and watch the monitor as we go on. The missing link here is that we don't know what the next phase will be. Right now, development is in a bit of a slowdown. That can change very quickly, and that other piece of land could make hanging on to the construction road to 2019 a non-entity. But we don't have that information for us today. So I want to thank all of you, all the people that submitted, certainly Councillor Kadri, who's been a real driving force on this, Minto, and of course our staff. They put in a lot of time, and I think that we've come up with a resolution that will benefit. Councillor Kadri?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And just 2 points that I want to add. First of all, I want to add a thank you to you, Madam Chair, for the work behind the scene. Along with, I want to thank Omar Sultan from Jackson Trail Community Association, as well as Chris Levesque from representing the Echo Woods Community Association, to not only be here today, but to get those petitions signed to present to the committee this morning. And my final thank you obviously goes to staff for working with my office. I know it's been a long, arduous process, but I do want to thank you for doing that, and to Minto for agreeing to some of the conditions that they've agreed to this morning. So thanks very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So now we're going on to our next held item. I think it's because Councillor Nussbaum has questions on it. We don't have a presentation. The planner is Julie Lebrun, and this is zoning bylaw amendment, part of 2168 10th Line Road. Councillor Nussbaum?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just had a couple of questions of staff on this item, and I recognize that this is a little tricky because we're dealing with zoning, we're not dealing with site plan. There is a concept, but that's not really what's on the table, it's the actual zoning. And I guess the puzzlement that I had was around the zoning changes, and maybe I'll start with the fact that the idea here is to have 30% essentially building coverage along the lot lines abutting Gary Lalonde and 10th Line. But the report itself mentions a few important guidelines, including in the CDP, which encourage building fronts to be oriented to a public street and located as close as possible to that street, as well as some important official plan guidance as well along the same effect. So I guess my question is, given that both the official plan and the CDP in this case seem to be pointing to a preference and an emphasis on having the building front on the edge of the street, why provide zoning that would allow a future development, whether it's the concept or something else, to actually have 70% of the frontage along that road not be building, so essentially parking. And I think the idea in the CDP and elsewhere is really to try and focus on putting the parking along the side and rear.
All right, who's going to take that question? Mr. Moody?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, there's a great deal of, I guess, context that's required on this site. Certainly the CDP envisioned a very transit-oriented development, and we are, what we're proposing today is a site or a zoning. Sorry, what we're proposing today is a zoning that will facilitate a greater intensity of development when transit becomes available. At the time the CDP was approved, the bus rapid transit was foreseen in this location just to the north of the triangle piece that you can see on the screen in a shorter term. Over time, that projection has been pushed back, and it's no longer within the planning horizon. So we're dealing with a situation today where, while we would certainly consider a more urban type of development to be an admirable goal, at this point in time, transit is not in close proximity, and we are dealing with the realities that face the site today. So we are, we're taking a step to require a minimum of 30% of buildings fronting onto 10th Line. We're requiring the setback. You mentioned, bringing them close to the street. The zoning requires a minimum of 4-meter setback, which is about, roughly probably half the length of this table. And that's a zoning that mirrors some of the other buildings that you'll see up and down this stretch of 10th Line Road. So I'm not sure, Mr. Chair, if that answers your question. Certainly, there are provisions within the zoning to encourage bringing that frontage towards 10th Line Road through requiring a minimum of 50% clear glazing or entrances onto the main street, as opposed to turning their back to the main street, which is something that has been done in the past.
Yeah, I guess what I'm just trying to do is sort of understand, I mean, I'm focusing on this, but it could be any item that comes forward, so it's not ward specific, but I guess I'm just trying to understand sort of the general planning approach, if indeed the idea is to move the building frontage alongside the street with very little front setback. And we've got in the urban design guidelines for greenfield neighborhoods, guideline 48, locate on-site surface parking areas to the side or rear and not between the public right-of-way and the front of the building. So that would seem to apply whether it's a transit development or not. That's a general guideline for all greenfields, and I know we're trying to correct sort of the mistakes of the past in places like Maryvale Road and so forth. So I guess my question is, why not require in the zoning a greater amount of the building edge to be on the front of the street? What is the obstacle, or what is the policy argument to not demand, given all of the OP guidance, greater frontage along the edge of the street?
Probably reality is the answer, but we're going to go over to Councillor Blais.
Yeah, thanks. Reality is the answer. I would support, and I think everyone would support buildings right at the sidewalk. The reality is you have a hydro and utilities that require a 4 or 5 meter setback. And so our policy on not burying hydro and those utilities conflicts with our policy to have buildings at the street front. So councils over the years have made a decision to go on the cheap, and this is the implication of what that means.
But I'd also add that, you know, in these suburban areas, we try to get as much as we can along the street. But for example, in Chapman Mills Marketplace, which was built about 16 years ago now, I can tell you that the stores that are fronting on the sidewalk, okay, are actually not the successful stores. So while we have the parking tucked in the back, and another thing is the reality is on retail. Retailers can't have two front doors. I mean, they just can't. It's the theft from the store, the cost of the operations, etc. You'd have to be forced to man the store. Maybe at for example, Maryville Mall, where you have the Shoppers Drug Mart, they have caches on the front, caches in the back. That's really not suburbia. And so you've got to come up with a mix so that people can be successful, because you don't want that kind of a wasteland either. And you have to accommodate the parking. So, but what's interesting that you should realize is that the places where we never had any of that, so on Maryville Road, for example, as new applications come in, they are being put on the sidewalk. So we're actually filling in the older malls, Hazeldean Mall. I'm sure that will get added to, and it's been changed, and that's even an inside kind of a mall. But in this case, it is a very much a question of reality. And what we find over time is that, for example, in the Strandherd Greenbank Mall where the Ross's, your independent grocer, is, for example, through to Home Depot, we have filled in along Strandherd where there never was anything before, with 5 buildings. So.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the issue is, you know, we're remediating parts of arterial roads where we feel we have the opportunity, but are we making a mistake that a council in 20 or 30 or 40 years is going to have to fix, and they would have wished that we would have done it right the first time?
I think that they would wish that the businesses were still viable and still there and hadn't been, you know, taken out of the... it's one of the things that we're looking at with the Building Better, Smarter Suburbs as well, and how we're going to satisfy that need of the growing suburban communities, because our urban design really is the one that you're talking about was very much about the entire city, with the exception of the rural area. And so I think you're going to see some modifications to that, which actually are going to be more effective, but are going to allow more height and things like that, which we don't see traditionally there either. So I think there's going to be a marriage of good urban components that are viable.
I guess we're having a discussion now. Yeah. On the issue of height, I mean, here too the zoning says the minimum building height shall be 6 meters. I guess the CDP talks about a minimum of 2 stories with a preference for 5 to 7 stories. If a site plan application came forward with 1 story that was 6 meters, I presume it would be allowed. And I guess you do have a certain retail format that does do 1 story, 6 meter. So there too, it seems to be kind of a shying away from being more ambitious on the issue of height and stories as well.
but not to belabor this, but I am. Just so you know, for example, that same shopping center, Chapman Mills Marketplace, we just did a study with Lyon, France, with Alain Nicolas, and I led that a few years back. And that very shopping center, in touring with the people from Lyon, finding out what they were doing, and they are certainly going up higher because they're ahead of us in transit and that sort of thing. We're not there yet, and yet we know that this shopping center, this large our largest shopping complex in Barrhaven, will be absolutely transit-oriented development as we extend the Southwest Transitway through and to the south. And in fact, now we're seeing, and Minto actually is one of the applicants who is going to be building, one of the builders is 16-story apartment buildings, and we know that when some of the larger stores go out, which they do ebb and flow, that we're going to be going for height there because we can. And so it's an evolution, and what we do puts into place what we can do as opportunities come along.
Yeah, I mean, one observation on this property is I didn't have a chance to go out, and Councillor Blais is surely the expert on this, so, I mean, I think I have this right, but further south on the same side of 10th Line, I guess there are houses built right along the street edge, just south of Gary Lalonde. And so that clearly was an effort to kind of bring the building edge closer to the street. And then so that was sort of a step towards the thing we're talking about, and then this zoning seems like a step back. And again, if you look at the guideline that I read out in terms of Greenfield, you know, are we sticking with that, or are we saying, well, only in certain cases, or, you know, I think this is an important conversation to have, because again, it's not just about this file, it's about generally how we're going to grow out. I think it was Councillor Wilkinson or Councillor Caudry that pointed out that 80 or 90% of our growth is happening in the Greenfields area. So it is a relevant conversation, and if we're shying away from the guidelines that I read out, I think we have to do that consciously. I personally wouldn't be in favor of that, but certainly in this case, we don't seem to be abiding by that particular, let's say.
Madam Chair, just to provide the committee some reassurance, the stacked townhomes to the south that the councillor is referring to are in fact set back from the road 5 to 6 meters. So if he's satisfied with the look and appearance of that, I assure him that he will be very satisfied with how this builds out, because it's exactly the same distance.
There you go. You haven't been to see it. He has. There you go. All right. So on zoning bylaw amendment, part of 2168 10th Line Road, is that carried? Carried. Thank you. Good questions. Oh, sorry. Dominic, thank you for staying around. You're happy. I knew you'd be happy. There you go. And now we have another motion from Vice Chair Tierney to send this to council tomorrow. You're moving it? Sorry. Councillor Blais has it.
You set it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just to move this to council tomorrow, there's an agreement of purchase and sale that's contingent on the zoning bylaw being approved, and in an interest in accelerating that process so we can move on to the work of actually developing the site plan to get it to look the way we want it to look. If we could facilitate that, that would be helpful.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that the only reason? Because if that's a reason, that's a reason
then don't
for
vote
most.
for it.
Okay, but I'm telling you, that's a reason for most people wanting things to go on to the next agenda. So, I don't.
Well, so on the motion to send it to council tomorrow, dissent? Dissent. Okay, so we have 2 dissents. We have Councillor Leeper and Councillor Shirelli. Carried. Thank you very much. We're on to number 8 now. We're at 12:26, so in 4 minutes we'll all turn into pumpkins and be very hungry. So I'm just asking you, we only have one item left. We'll soldier on. Okay? All right. So the last item is the demolition of 171 Bruyere Street. And we do have speakers, and Sally Coots, our most senior heritage planner, is here with us with Don Herwire. We're not having a presentation. We're going to go right to the speakers. Liz, are you coming forward with Katya? You are coming together? No? Okay. Thank you. It's just the way your presentation was. Come on forward. Yeah. From what I read this morning, I thought maybe you were. That's all.
No, she's got a brand new one.
She what?
She's the brand new.
Okay. I don't know about that. I've known you longer. You're pretty smart. Okay, so welcome. You have 5 minutes, as you know, and this is the demolition of 171 Briere Street. It's a property designated on Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act and located in the Lower Town West Heritage Conservation District and replacement with a parkette. So, Liz?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm going to ask your indulgence because I have a bit of a preamble that really colors a lot of the work that we do. And it is that Heritage Advocates, particularly in Lower Town, took a body blow from the Mayor last week when he suggested we were unreasonable and untruthful. The citizen quotes the Mayor saying the city is not able to save every single old or heritage building. It's just not possible, and people who suggest that are not truthful. That's smarts. Having had our credibility publicly challenged, I'd like to take a moment to maybe reestablish our credentials. The Lower Town Community Association Heritage Committee has a mandate from the LCA Board to, among other things, advocate for the protection of cultural heritage resources in Lower Town. The co-chair of the committee, Nancy Milcheny, received her doctorate from Oxford University in social policy. She ended her working career as a researcher and policy analyst in the Parliamentary Library. Prior to this, she curated several major historical exhibitions at national cultural institutions. The other co-chair of the committee, Liz McKenzie, that's me, received a master's degree from the Institute of Advanced Architectural Studies in York, England, in housing policy. She's worked at Parks Canada, CCOC, developed the first affordable home ownership project in Ottawa, and worked as a councillor's assistant here at City Hall. Katya Kartashova received her doctorate degree from the University of Minnesota in economics. She presently works in the field of economic research. We make every effort to bring reasonable, sound research and critical analysis to the committee discussions. Our advocacy mandate from our community association is to use all reasonable avenues to protect the cultural resources in our community. Attached is a list of buildings demolished since the LCA Heritage Committee was formed in 2001. With one exception, every single old or heritage building has in fact been demolished. It's death by 1,000 cuts. No matter how inconvenient our truths might be, public insult for the Mayor is unfair and unwelcome. Now, on the issue of 171 Briere, I'd like to remind the committee that staff and heritage experts on the Built Heritage Subcommittee opposed the demolition. The heritage experts on the committee bring years of practical and professional experience to the table, and they have grappled with problems of financing and aging buildings all their careers. They consider this a building worth saving. Vice Chair Podolsky pointed out that there's a double standard when the city demolishes heritage buildings in the HCD and then denies other owners the same opportunity. Member Smallwood saw 171 Briere as a reasonable fixer-upper that would be welcome on the market if it was severed and offered for sale. From the taxpayer's perspective, he said, it was not all about money when heritage buildings were involved. Furthermore, the staff report cites the heritage policies of the official plan that stipulate that the city lead by example in the management of its heritage resources. The demolition of a city-owned building does not set a good example for the development community. It also notes that demolition is not consistent with the provincial policy statement that states significant heritage resources shall be conserved. OCH has refinanced this property in 2013. At that time, OCH would have received funds, some of which could have been used for renovation of the property. Why not bring it up to standard at that time? If they had decided not to go forward with renovation in 2013, the property should not have been included in the mortgaging package. OCH has put itself in the difficult position of having an unproductive property on their books, locked into a 30-year mortgage, and see demolition as the way to get rid of it. With all due respect to OCH, the LCA position is unchanged. 170 Briere should not be demolished. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. And Councillor Nussbaum has no questions? No. Okay, thank you. But I just wanted to remind everybody that, you took a stab at the mayor, I guess would be the word. I mean, I wouldn't say it was an all-out attack. And I would just remind you, and you know this because you've been around a long time, and it was under his leadership that we started the Built Heritage Committee because we were that frustrated with what was happening with heritage in the city. And I think that he was just saying, we can't save it all. We haven't saved before in the past, and we're working really hard to save what we can. And just like with the barn the last meeting, and just like the due diligence that was done by the Built Heritage Committee in some cases, and as you know, with the Our Lady School and being able to save 2 walls of it, we've made huge strides in trying to protect heritage and invest in it and make sure others are as well, including, working hard to get better grants and that sort of thing from other levels of government. So I just wanted to say that.
Okay, I appreciate that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. But I also, at the same time, appreciate how long you have been working on Lower Town and protecting heritage there. I mean, you have a very strong group, and we appreciate that.
Well, I think you have the list. You all have the list of the 34 doors that we've lost in the last 5 years. You have to understand that it's extremely frustrating for the amount of work we put in.
It's a lot of work that you do. I mean, absolutely, it's a lot of work. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Katya Kartashova? Did I murder your last name? Sure. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. There will be some overlap with Liz's presentation, but mine is more focused on sort of financial issues. So the common good was cited as the reason that councillors voted in favor of demolishing 171 Bruyere, and it was mostly founded on the financial picture presented by Ottawa Community Housing, informed by the figures supplied by Infrastructure Ontario, and it was argued that it would be too expensive to sever the mortgage from the financing package, and that no viable leasing options were available, and they were dominated by sale. So in principle, I'd like to ask some additional questions about this common good argument based on 3 grounds. First, I would like to ask if we have the full picture in terms of the costs and benefits of different options, and including the one of keeping Bruyere for OCH use. Second, I would like to argue that given a lot of uncertainty around uncertainty about the information that went into making different decisions, I would like to argue that there exists a range of reasonable values where the preferred outcome could be argued to be not demolition, but rather severance or sale or repairs and continued use of the building for OCH purposes. And as Liz mentioned, some of the costs associated with severance could have been avoided if there was proactive action on behalf of OCH and they exempted 171 Bruyere from the mortgage financing package. And if the property was sold in 2013, it can be argued that greater proceeds could have been received from the sale. So the table that I circulated basically summarizes these additional considerations that could be taken into account looking over more longer term, and not just accounting costs, but also, economic benefits that could be incorporated into assessing different options. And the main takeaway is that there could be a reasonable scenario in mind under which the option of preserving the property would dominate the demolition and the construction of parquet or a community garden. And these additional items should really be studied more carefully, because as far as I can see, we don't have a convincing argument for the option that is being defended by OCH. And that can be illustrated by one case where the construction of the parquet, the community garden, was first assessed at $100,000, and then it was lowered to $20,000, and there was no reasonable explanation as to why this was the case. And going back to the question of whether the property should have been included in the mortgage financing package to start with, it seems that when submissions were made to the council regarding the refinancing of OCH properties, including 171 Bruyere, I wonder if there was a mention or discussion of its conditions, and wouldn't disclosing the property's condition have triggered fruitful suggestions from the council regarding the desirability of proceeding with this. And as far as I can see, with the limited number of documents available on the subject, there was no requirement on the part of Infrastructure Ontario to include all 8 properties in their mortgage financing security. It is also unclear why, in the discussions with Infrastructure Ontario currently underway, a completely different options couldn't be discussed. In particular, one could replace 171 Bruyere with a similar property or part thereof in the mortgage package, because this is consistently done by mortgage lenders who replace mortgages within mortgage-backed securities, and this could have reduced the cost of severing the property and facilitated a different solution. Also, Infrastructure Ontario has a line of business associated with heritage properties, so it is not evident that some leverage could not have been exercised by pointing out the heritage status of the property. It's not clear from the correspondence that I read that it was pointed out that this is a heritage property. In conclusion, I think there are plausible assumptions under which it is possible to argue that there is no significant difference between alternative options, and that the demolition option is the preferred one. Second, alternative options that perhaps were not considered previously could be put on the table. And third, I think we need to learn the lessons of whether the 171 Bruyere had to be put in the mortgage financing package or not several years ago, given the condition of the property.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions? Thank you very much for coming out. I've given a copy of your business submission to staff as well.
Okay.
Thank you. I have one more speaker, Cliff Udale, Ottawa Community Housing. And then I think Councillor Nussbaum has some comments to make afterwards. Yeah. Welcome.
Good afternoon,
You have 5
Madam
minutes.
Chair.
Thank you.
And committee members. Most of you are very familiar with OCH and our mandate. And in this particular case, we had a difficult situation. We're very sensitive heritage needs, and I think we've had a history of trying to accommodate where it made sense. This was certainly a unique case. This building has been empty for a number of years. The reason it has been empty is it was for fire safety issues with the building. It is an older building. There's a host of issues. And it was inappropriate for housing families, and we knew that it needed significant capital repair, including providing appropriate fire protection and means of egress before it could be put back into our stock. In doing that evaluation, we retained engineering firms, so clearly our intent was to try and make this work, to evaluate what was required to undertake the repairs. And we went through that process. We found a couple things. First of all, the building appears to be reconstructed in the 1920s. It looks like it was built from the foundation up at that point. It was not well built at that point, so when we looked at the repairs that were required, it was structural, electrical, mechanical, roof, windows. There was very little of the building that would be retained, and even the exterior cladding needed extensive repairs. So we reevaluated what we could do with that building, and we went back and looked and found out that it had a mortgage tied to that property, and it was included in a larger package. It's the 30-year mortgage, $28 million, and it's also not on an individual PIN. It's part of the broader community, so there's also other challenges in terms of severance and sale. So we were asked to go and look and see what our options were. We looked at short-term leases, long-term leases, as well as severance and sale. In our opinion, all those scenarios weren't viable. It would have been an easy solution for us if it were, but in most cases, in all cases, they came at a cost, and significant cost to OCH. And in terms of the leasing, because of the encumbrances on the property, there was no opportunity for lessees to get any capital appreciation through that process, and the business model around it just didn't work. We reached out to groups like Habitat for Humanity to see if they'd be interested, and there was none. And the other piece of this one, the location of the building isn't well suited in the balance of the community. It's directly adjacent to our mid-rise building, surrounded by purpose-built townhouses that were built in the 1980s. And also incredibly high operating costs, which for our clientele is challenging. When you look at those utility costs against their rent and they're responsible for those, it doesn't become manageable. So we had all those challenges. I don't think any one in particular would have been insurmountable, but collectively it was what we deemed to be insurmountable. And we had to look at the opportunity cost. With the demolition, we are looking at doing a community garden based on the feedback from the community, a modified version of parquet, because there was a lot of feedback that the community did not want a large parquet. They wanted something modest, and the community garden was a higher priority. And with the opportunity cost in putting those repairs in that building versus a building purpose-built, accessible, healthy and safe homes, better suited to affordable housing and family living that will last for the foreseeable future, we felt that was the best use of the public funds that would be available to us. So while we were torn with the challenge at hand, we brought this forward, and we really feel it's the appropriate way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions? No. Thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
Anyone have any comments? Councillor Nussbaum?
Well, just to give the committee...
Hang on, Councillor Nussbaum. We're going to go to Councillor Leeper first, because I'll have you close. I'm just too fast for you.
A quick question, first of all, Sally, with respect to the fact that it looks like the house was substantially rebuilt in the early part of the 20th century, does that change your assessment of its heritage value at all? I'm looking for some reason, I think, to go against the staff recommendation, but what is your assessment of it?
Madam Chair, when that information was brought to our attention, I did take it into account with a slightly, if the construction date that was presented as the real construction date after a fire, I rescored the building, and it still would have been placed in the same category within the Heritage Conservation District. So it was useful information, but it didn't change the status of the building in terms of what we generally keep or don't keep in a Heritage Conservation District.
So it's still a Category 3, still a very significant building and worthwhile protecting.
Well, the staff report is in front of you, Madam Chair. So.
So I'll be dissenting on this item. It's not an easy one to take, but my colleagues on this committee have been very principled with respect to looking at heritage as heritage, even though there are sometimes some offsetting public interest considerations at play. We've done two sort of very controversial designations this year, and I think as a matter of principle, if it's worthwhile preserving, it's worthwhile preserving no matter what that bigger context is. So I'll be dissenting on this one, but look forward to hearing from the rest of the committee.
Yeah, and I appreciate the fact that when you actually ran in the election, you ran on those very principles. It was one of the first things you told me, so thank you. Councillor Nussbaum?
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to give the committee a bit of a sense of what happened with this file when it was at Built Heritage. So it first came to the committee back in early November, and at that time, the committee members had a lot of questions, really with the goal of ensuring that the applicant had done the due diligence on looking at other options besides demolition. And so with the questions and with that direction, we asked the applicant to go back and explore what those options would be, including severance and sale and leasing out the property and providing the building to another organization for some sort of other use. OCH did that. It spent a couple of months looking at the various options and came back to the committee this month with some of the facts and figures you heard from Mr. Udale. So what we understood when we heard back from OCH was that ultimately a few things. The other options besides demolition were going to be complex in terms of the overall OCH portfolio and profile, and some of the options about leasing and renting out didn't really seem to be viable for them. So that prompted a very robust discussion at the committee. I think at the end, I certainly felt that we were, again, in a gray zone where we were balancing issues of public interest. On the one hand, the public interest in maintaining heritage, and on the other hand, a public interest aspect which had two components. One is as an affordable housing agency, we want to be sure that investments made by it maximize the number of housing opportunities for many of our vulnerable residents. So that's important and something we had to think long and hard about. And the second aspect was ultimately this is space that is going to continue to be within the public realm. So Mr. Udale mentioned the idea now is to have a parquet with a community garden, which hopefully will provide a community benefit and asset to Lower Town. And so that was another important consideration, that this wasn't an issue of simply saying it's too expensive. This was really a matter of balancing really important issues, all of which retain to trying to maximize the public's interest in all of that. So I just wanted to give members a brief history of that. Again, it was a difficult file that we were facing, but at the end of the day, we thought the public interest was best maximized by providing the applicant with the right to demolish the building.
Thank you, Councillor Nussbaum. So on the motion, is that carried? Thank you. Okay, any notices of motions? No? Inquiries? Other business, I have one. I just want to let everyone know, and everyone being anyone, but definitely the councillors and definitely the media, that on May 4th, in the evening from 7 to 9 at City Hall, and we're going to be using webcast as well to reach a larger audience. We have a keynote speaker coming in, John Campbell, and two interactive topics. One will be Committee of Adjustment, because as you remember last year, a lot of the community associations, the FCA, said, we really need a better understanding of the Committee of Adjustment and how we can prepare ourselves for that, and also presenting at standing committees. So you've got 5 minutes. What's the best way that you can present yourself succinctly? And so we'll have more details to follow, but May 4th is the date, and John Campbell is the guy that developed the Toronto waterfront. So it should be quite interesting. Thank you, everybody. We're adjourned till March the 8th. Woohoo!